Yeah.
Now here are the starting lineups. First for the visitors, the University of San Francisco Dons, as submitted by head coach Matt Keplinger. Leading off in left field, number 8, Darius Foster. Batting second, the shortstop, number 31, Luke Kieshel. Batting third, at first base, number 22, Dave Gioso. Batting fourth, the third baseman, number 12, Mario Demera. Batting fifth in right field, number 15, Harris Williams III. Batting sixth at second base, number 4, Kyle Nell. Batting seventh in center field, number 5, Nick Jovetic. Batting eighth in catching, number 38, Michael Campagna. And batting ninth, the designated hitter, number 2, Brandon Grime. Starting pitcher for the Dons today is number 11, Weston Lombard. And now for the home team, your Portland Pilots, as submitted by head coach Jeff Loomis. Leading off and catching, number 13, Nick Clef. Batting second in center field, number 4, Jake Holcroft. Batting third at second base, number 11, Ben Pataxel. Batting fourth at first base, number 2, Sam Brown. Batting fifth in left field, number 14, Riley Knight. Batting sixth, the designated hitter, number 1, Dave Scoro. Batting seventh in right field, number 22, Evan Scavato. Batting eighth at third base, number 20, Spencer Scott. And batting ninth at shortstop, number 5, Ty Saunders. The starting pitcher for the Pilots today is number 8, Brett Gillis.
And how will we know we're off the
Fans, please rise if you are able and remove your caps for the playing of the national anthem.
The sun trying to peek through the clouds, but otherwise it's almost perfect baseball weather in Portland, Oregon, as we welcome you to the campus of the University of Portland for Game 2 of our West Coast Conference Series between the Portland Pilots and the San Francisco Dons. Welcome inside Joe Edsel Field. I'm Brian Slack, joined by my broadcast partner, the coach, Corey Keir. San Francisco won a tightly contested game yesterday, 3-1. It was a pitching duel with some timely hitting by the Dons. But Portland has not lost 2 in a row at home so far this season. So, Corey, what are you expecting in today's matchup?
I expect it to be a regular West Coast Conference game. Really good pitching, a lot of great defense, and maybe some balls flying out of the yard today. So, real good contest.
Talking about some good pitching, let's take a look at the guy who's starting on the mound for Portland today, and that is Brett Gillis. He leads the WCC in ERA. He's efficient, and the Pilots have leaned on that arm all season.
Yeah, Brett Gillis, I mean, what more can you say for right now? He's got the best ERA in the West Coast Conference. We've seen him for 3 years develop. He's really the horse for the University of Portland Pilots, so it's real good arm.
And almost a 5-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio you saw at the bottom of the screen there. Let's get you the lineup for the San Francisco Dons today. Leading off, it's going to be Darius Foster out in left field. Luke Keischel is the shortstop batting second. Gabe Gioso, the first baseman, batting third. Mario Demera is the third baseman batting cleanup. Harris Williams in right field batting fifth. Kyle Nell, the second baseman, batting sixth. And Nick Jovetic in center field. Michael Campagna, the catcher, batting eighth. And Brandon Grime, the DH, who was a tough out yesterday for the Pilots, is batting in the 9-hole.
Yeah, Brandon Grime yesterday was ridiculous out of the 9-hole. I think he came into the game with a sub-200 batting average and was just blistering balls all over the place. And, yeah, that's why he's still in the lineup.
Yep, 2 for 2 yesterday with an RBI. Gillis' first pitch breaking ball. Called the ball. You can hear some of the Pilot fans not happy with that one. It'll be 1-0 to start off today's game. Foster yesterday had 1 at-bat as he came in as a pinch runner later in the game yesterday. Takes a strike, it's 1-1. Well, Gillis this season 4-1 on the year, making his 6th start. 31 innings pitched, giving up 25 hits, 5 earned runs. As that off-speed pitch stays high, it goes for a ball, 2-1.
Yeah, the one thing the Pilots have to be aware of is this Dom's team has speed up and down the lineup, and today they've stacked the top with 2 of their best base stealers.
Foster swings through a pitch, evens the count, 2-2. Well, it's 62 degrees here on the bluff, mostly cloudy. You'll get some sunshine peeking through the clouds, and the wind has now picked up around 3 to 5 miles an hour, blowing straight out to center field. Breaking ball fouled back into the backstop, back to the 2-2 count. Before last time Brett Gillis took them out, it was against BYU in a game that Portland wanted some redemption after losing the first game to the Cougars last Thursday. He came in and got through 6 innings of work, 12 strikeouts, tying a career high. He doesn't get the call here from the home plate umpire, Garrett Wilson. Full count, 3-2. And this is something we saw the Dons do a lot of yesterday, work deep in the count and make the Portland pitchers work. Full count, 3-2. And he gets him with a K, the first one of the day. As Luke Keischel comes to the plate, let's take a look at the defensive lineup for Portland. In the outfield, Briley Knight, Jake Holcroft, and Evan Scavato from left to right. Spencer Scott gets the start at third. Ty Saunders at short. Ben Pataxel moves over to second base today, giving Sukata the day off. Sam Brown is over at first base, and Nick Klemp gets the start behind the plate after Boeto had the start yesterday in Game 1. Keischel, first pitch, takes a strike near the knees. It's 0-1.
Yeah, yesterday I had some big league times on Keischel to first base. He ran a 4 flat to first base on a ground ball to up the middle, and then made a turn of a 4.69, so he can really run.
Fly ball down the right field line. This one might stay in the field of play, angling towards the bullpen for the Dons, and that's where it ends up. A long strike, 0-2. Keischel yesterday 1 for 3 with a walk. His 1 hit came in the first inning, and then he was caught stealing, trying to take second base. Left side of the infield playing back. Scott behind the bag at third. Saunders almost on the outfield grass. The 0-2 to Kiesel, high above the letters, 1 and 2. Both these teams now 2 and 2 in the West Coast Conference. San Francisco started 1 and 2 after dropping 2 of 3 to Santa Clara. Kiesel gets one off the end of the bat. Saunders fields it on the run. And they got him over at first in a tight play. And Corey, looking at your stopwatch, a 4.01. He's moving down that line.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking, Ichiro almost type of speed down to first base, and he's coming from the. Ichiro's sub-4, but still he's coming from the right-hand box. This young man has a big league running tool.
Now up to the plate is Gabe Gioso, who scored the first run of the series yesterday in the first inning with a solo home run with 2 outs. And that put San Francisco on the board first. Harry swings at a pitch low out of the zone. It's 0-1. Gioso batting .306 on the season, making his 21st start. 22 hits on 19 RBI as well on 72 at-bats throughout the year. The 0-1. Off speed, high. 1-1 count. Big strike from Gioso. Gillis now ahead in the count, 1-2. Pataxel, the second baseman, playing up near the bag at second. Brown, the first baseman, off the line about 12 feet. Here's the throw, fouled off into the netting. Back to the 1-2 count.
Well, today in the ballpark, they got a little game going called the Pilots Baseball Bingo. And I've got myself a card here, so if you hear me scream bingo really loud, that means I won.
I see you already have one crossed off there.
Yeah, Pilot strike out a batter, so I've got one X.
Foul ball off to our right. And that will go across the street, 1-2 again. Gioso yesterday 1 for 4 with that solo home run. He left 4 on base yesterday with 2 strikeouts. Breaking ball, Gillis thought it was strike 3. He was walking off the mound. Instead, it's called a ball. Back to a 2-2 count. Gioso didn't move in that box. He was adamant that that was not a strike. Wind blowing out here at Joe Edsel Field. High fastball above the letters. Full count now, 3-2. Portland wearing their black uniform tops with Portland in purple across the chest with the white pinstripe pants and the black socks. San Francisco wearing their gray uniforms with the green pinstripes. As ball 4 thrown to Gioso. And much like how yesterday started, he gets on base with 2 outs. Fortunately for the Pilots, it's not a solo home run. So Mario Demera comes to the plate, third baseman for the Dons. Demera was 1 for 4 yesterday. His lone hit coming in the 6th inning where he was left stranded on base. The sophomore's hitting .237 on the season. First pitch breaking ball from Gillis, high. It'll be 1-0. Pataxo playing for possible force out over at second. He's playing close to that bag. Swing and a miss. Evens the count, 1-1.
Yeah, it's weird to see Pataxel out there at second base. I know he's played there before, but today he's getting the start.
Scavato has the day off. As Gillis missing low and away. Ahead in the count now is Demera, 2-1. Yeah, we were just talking about it yesterday, having Pataxo playing second during the midweek game against Seattle U, and you have not had a chance to see him over at second. It is a bit different. We're so used to seeing Scavato over there and Pataxo over at third. As this ball fouled off to our right, now to play 2-2. But you have to give it also some credit to Spencer Scott over at third base. He played a heck of a game in the midweek game against Seattle U. He had 3 hits, made a couple of defensive stops, and now he's in the starting lineup today. Here's a ball hit off the end of the bat towards the right side. Pataxil fields it on the up hop. And thrown out over at first is DeMera. We head to the bottom of the first. 1 left stranded, no runs come in to score. Klemp, Holcroft, and Pataxil coming to the plate for the Pilots when we return on the WCC Network. Welcome back to Joe Edsel Field. Bottom of the first inning. The starting pitcher today for the Dons is Weston Lombard. 3.57 ERA with a 2-2 record, making his 6th start on the year. He's gotten through 22 2/3 innings of work, giving up 9 earned runs, 19 strikeouts, and holding opponents to a 2.05 average. Well, the lefty on the mound, we've seen a lot of left-handed bats for Portland, so it somewhat favors the Dons on the mound. But we'll see how Portland does today. Let's get you the starting lineup. Nick Klemp will be leading off, the catcher. Jake Holcroft in center field will be batting second. Pataxil, the second baseman, batting third. Brown batting cleanup. Knight batting fifth out in the left field. Gabe Scoros, the DH today, batting sixth. Scavato getting the start out in right field, batting seventh. Spencer Scott, the third baseman, batting eighth. And Ty Saunders, the shortstop, will be batting ninth today for Portland. So Nick Klemp coming to the plate. Had a pinch hit single yesterday, picking up his 11th hit on the season. Klemp, the junior from Everett, Washington, batting .355, only making his 10th start on the season. First pitch he sees, fouls it off to our right, well out of play, 0-1. Infield playing back. No movement from the outfield for the Dons to start off today's game. Lombard missing high that time, evens the count, 1-1. High pop-up into right field. Harris Williams coming in, and he will make the catch. Seemed like it took him just a couple of seconds to locate that fly ball. Dealing with the bright skies. But one away for Portland as Jake Holcroft comes to the plate. Let's take a look at the defensive setup for San Francisco. In the outfield, Darius Foster, Nick Jovetic, and Harris Williams III. The infield, Mario DeMera, Luke Keischel, Kyle Nell, and Gabe Gioso, and then Michael Campagna, the catcher behind the plate. Corner infielders playing almost on the infield grass for Holcroft, who squares to bunt, fouls it off behind home plate. He's behind 0-1. We don't see Holcroft bunt a whole bunch. Usually a guy who swings away. As both the corner infielders were coming in. Now he'll swing away, check swing, goes for a ball as the breaking ball ends up almost in the dirt of the right-handed batter's box. 1-1. The 1-1. Another breaking ball. This time it finds its way in the zone on the far side of the plate. 1-2. Holcroft from Upland, California, batting .325 on the season, making his 21st start. 25 hits, leads this ball club this season, and he gets punched out. Couldn't take the bat off of his shoulder, and there's 2 away. Well, yesterday we saw the Pilots try to jump early in the count on the Dons. Not a lot of success doing that yesterday. Now, we did see some success against BYU in that instance, but how do you think the Pilots should take the approach today, or do you think they even change their approach?
Well, I've always said that you have to let your assessment dictate the amount of aggression you're going to take to the plate. So when you're standing on deck, you're going to look at this left-handed arm and you're going to decide, well, how do I rate versus him? And if I feel like that arm's better than me, then I'm going to swing early and often. If I feel like I can see some pitches, then I might see some pitches. But you have to let your assessment of your ability dictate the amount of aggression that you bring to the plate. So it just depends if I'm hitter to hitter. The breaking ball's pretty good, so the left-handers probably should get after the fastball.
1-1 on Pataxel. Infield playing for Pohl. This one goes off the end of the bat. The first baseman, Gioso, plays it himself, and Weston Lombard couldn't cover first. The throw gets away from him, and it gets away from the catcher down almost halfway between first and home. Pataxel stays put over at first, and I think they might give him the infield single. It's a difficult play for Gioso, but we'll see what the official call is.
A second look at it, and I'm not sure, yesterday we saw Nell in left field, and I'm not sure if Nell is a everyday second baseman, but the second baseman should have called that ball off, should have been a routine out to the first baseman. But, when the first baseman ranges over, if you don't call him off, he's going to come get everything. So
they give Pataxel a hit on that one. So he's over at first, and now Sam Brown comes to the plate. Keishall, the shortstop for the Dons, playing close to the bag at second. Kyle Nell, the second baseman, playing in shallow right field right now with the left-handed bat at the plate. First pitch fastball, low and away for a ball, 1-0.
I mean, Gioso is a really good athlete, and that's why he went after it. But it's a play that immediately the second baseman's got to scream, get out, I've got this.
Brown smokes one past the glove of Nell at second, finds its way into right field, and back-to-back hits for Portland with 2 outs in the bottom of the first inning. Pataxel moves up to second, and that will bring up Briley Knight, another left-handed bat for Portland.
So they didn't give an error on that play, actually.
Correct.
I made my box that they made an error, but they didn't make an error, and I was getting all excited because I was getting close already. So this is gonna have to erase that.
Yep. Probably could have been close to that call of an error. Pataxel, if the throw was on target, would have been thrown out. He was beaten by about a step. First pitch to Knight, low and away, 1-0. Knight yesterday went 1 for 2 with an RBI. Hit in Jake Holcroft on an RBI single. See his average up there, 304, 13 RBI on the season, 3 home runs. Does have pop coming from that left side of the plate. The 1-0. Fastball off the plate. Campagna unable to put it back in the zone. 2-0. Knight also got hit by a pitch in the second inning. He was caught stealing, trying to take third base. It was a small momentum killer for Portland. That ended the inning with 2 outs and runners on first and second. Lombard bounces one in there. Campagna able to get out of his stance and glove it, save it from getting to the backstop. Wind blowing straight out into center field, looking at the flag. Infield playing back. No movement from the outfield by the Dons. Lombard, 3-0. Missing off the plate, a 4-pitch walk to Briley Knight. And Corey, it brings up what we've dubbed the professional hitter, Gabe Scoro. The DH today will come to the plate. Had a nice hit against the Redhawks on Tuesday. A double that went up halfway up the wall in left field. And now would be a great time for that timely hitting for Portland with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the bottom of the first. They were only able to get 1 run across yesterday. And that one gets away from Campagna all the way back to the backstop, and Pataxel will score from third, and the Pilots are on the board. One nothing for Portland, and the party begins in the dugout. All the runners moved up. Brown now over at third. Knight is moved up to second. And if Scoro can get a base hit here, you might have yourself a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, and I liked what Coach Loomis did there. Coach Loomis came out and said, hey, I think it hit it on the foot. Can we ask? And so apparently the umpire behind the plate saw that it didn't hit his foot. And now it looks like we're going to get a little mound visit from the opponents.
Lombard has got the first 2 outs of the inning. A fly ball by Klemp into right field, and then he got Holcroft looking on a breaking ball on the outside part of the plate. Since then, though, an infield single by Pataxel. Brown had a single into right field, and then Briley Knight walked. A wild pitch brought in Pataxel, and that's how Portland has a lead of 1-0 here in the bottom of the first inning. And you're always a positive seed guy. It's the first inning. It's not end-all, be-all right now, but you don't want it to get out of hand. What do you think the coach had to say to his man on the mound?
Probably told him, you know, you're going to throw 75 pitches today. Let's calm down and get it in the strike zone and minimize damage here. And
so runners on second and third. Infield playing back to keep the ball in front of them. The 1-0. High and away from Scoro, 2-0. Scoro was the leadoff man in yesterday's game. He went 0 for 3 with 2 ground outs over to short to Kiesel, and he struck out in his first at-bat in the first inning. Trying to pick up a hit. The 2-0. Ground ball back up the middle. Brown scores. Knight sent around third. No throw from Jovetic. And a 2 RBI single for Gabe Scoro.
professional hitter, Gabe Scoro.
You love seeing the party in the dugout. It's 3-0 now for Portland.
Yeah, he just has such a great approach at the plate. He works, I mean, he really works left field line to right field line. You can't put a shift on him. He always puts in quality at-bats, and he just gets the ball over the plate, knocks it up the middle, and gets the Pilots up 3.
Breaking ball, first pitch to Evan Scavato. It'll be 1-0 as that one missed high and away. (1-0) to Scavato. Another breaking ball that goes high. The back pick over to first. Scoro back in head first. It will be 2-0 to start off Scavato in this at-bat.
Yeah, and as a coach, you know, you went out to talk to the umpire about it hitting him, and now you're like, oh, goody, I'm glad that it didn't hit him because he gets the hit up the middle. You know, it's one of those things where, you know, you think, we hit him, we should be at Scavato already, but you're glad that it worked out your way.
And you got some extra runs out of it instead of having the bases loaded in 2 outs as Scavato swings through a fastball away, 2-1. Well, the dimensions here at Joe Edsel Field, 325 down the lines, 369 in left center, 367 in right center, and then 388. You can see it in the middle of your screen in dead center. The 2-1 to Scavato. Fouled off into the glove of Campagna. 2-2 now.
And the power alleys in this park play really short when the wind's blowing out. And today we've got a little breeze blowing out. It looks maybe 5 miles an hour. Brian will tell us something, bet.
Yeah, you're right. 3 to 5 miles an hour. It's been fluctuating between the two. Lombard looks over at Scoro, comes home with it. Scavato fights it off, sends it foul off to our right and across the street back to the 2-2. 4 mile an hour winds right now. It's blowing straight out or it's blowing right to left. Portland is putting up a 3 spot here in the bottom of the first inning. Getting a nice lead for Brent Gillis on the mound. The 2-2. Scavato fouls one off to our right. Ricocheted off of the light pole. Back to the 2-2. Now playing for a ball up the middle. Second baseman for San Francisco. No boom hit from the Dons in the outfield. 2-2. Breaking ball. Almost fooled Scavato. Goes for a ball full count now, 3-2. Looked like he was thinking inside fastball.
Putting together a really good at-bat.
Scoro, a decent lead over at first, about 6 feet off the bag. And Lombard missing off the plate. Another walk. Scavato gets himself on. So with runners on first and second, that will bring up Spencer Scott. Scott went 3 for 4 in Tuesday's game against Seattle. Had an RBI back in the second inning, but 3 singles. Freshman from Grant High School.
Just right down the road, Grant High School.
Batting .320 in limited action this season as he's making his 8th start as he takes strike 1, 0-1. Ty Saunders is on deck. 8 batters have now come to the plate for Portland in the bottom of the first inning. Scott patiently takes the ball. 1 away. It is 1-1. Lombard looking back at Scoro at second. 1-1 breaking ball at the knees for a strike. 1-2 now on Spencer Scott.
Tough pitch right there. Ball looks like it's going high and away, and boom, right in the middle of the strike zone.
The 1-2. Another breaking ball in the dirt. Campagna able to stop it before it gets away from him. 2-2 on Spencer Scott. Lombard is a grad transfer from Gustavus Adolphus College. Hails from Stillwater, Minnesota. Now he's just trying to get out of the first inning without giving up any more runs. The 2-2. Fouled off again. This is a long inning for Lombard. He's closing in on 30 pitches. Big hole on the right side of the infield. Nell playing close to the bag at second. The first baseman, Gioso, well off the line. Breaking ball. And a diving stop by Keischel. Pops up and he can't make a play. Took him too far into the 5-hole. And with how Spencer Scott runs down the first baseline, it's an infield single.
Yeah, it's a base hit no matter what, but what it did is probably saved a run because pretty sure with 2 outs, Scoro is going to score on that.
Great effort by Keischel, though. Making the diving stop. I thought it might go underneath his glove, but able to prevent it from getting into left field. And you're right, probably saving a run. But now Ty Saunders comes to the plate. All 9 hitters have come to the plate for Portland in this inning. He takes a first pitch strike. It's 0-1.
Yeah, you'll hear that a lot. 2 outs, diving bodies. A lot of baseball coaches say that, and that's exactly what they mean by that. They want you to dive to keep the ball in the infield to prevent a run from scoring.
Saunders hits it out into right field, and a diving stop made by Harris Williams. And that will save at least 2 runs for San Francisco, but the Pilots take a 3-0 lead. As we head to the second inning, it's Harris Williams, Nell, and Jovetic when we return. Welcome back to Joe Etzel Field, a 3-0 lead for Portland. As Harris Williams steps to the plate against Brett Gillis, out for a second inning of work. First pitch fastball at the knees, outer part of the plate, 0-1. Well, you have to give it to the Dons. Even though they're trailing 3-0, Corey, you and I were just talking at the break, and the defensive stops by Keishel over at short. As this ball gets jammed inside, Pataxel throws across his body, skipping over to Brown, and they get Williams. Difficult play for Pataxel.
Well, and let's talk about how much second base he's played this year. So that is a very difficult play. He's not used to having to range glove side, turn his body, and then bounce the ball over to Brown. But he did what he had to do. It wasn't the prettiest play in America.
No, it wasn't.
He might even get razzed for it, but he got himself an out.
But as I was saying before that last at-bat, as Kyle Nell now steps to the plate, batting .250 on the season, making his 12th start. But San Francisco, with Keishel over at short, making a stop on a ground ball, and then the diving catch by Harris Williams in right field. That saved 2, maybe even 3 runs for the Dons and keeps them in this ball game on an inning that really could have gotten out of hand.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Keishel doesn't dive and knock that ball down. It's at least 4. And if the ball gets down over there, that's probably 2. It could be 6-0 really easy. So credit the Dons for great defense. And we said that in the opening. West Coast Conference baseball is pitched well and it's defended well.
Gillis missing on that last pitch to go 1-2. This time in the dirt. Clem blocks it with his chest, 2-2. Well, Portland got 7 batters to the plate after getting the first 2 batters out, all of them with 2 outs to score those 3 runs. And punched out. Gillis gets his second K.
Center fielder, number 5,
Nick Jovetic comes to the plate. Jovetic batting .208, making his 20th start on the season. 11 hits and 53 at-bats with 9 RBI. First pitch inside for a ball. It'll be 1-0. Jovetic yesterday was 0 for 1 with an RBI. No call from the home plate umpire, Garrett Wilson, so it's 2-0. Jovetic was hit by a pitch in the second inning, walked in the 5th, and then he had a sacrifice fly RBI in the 9th inning that added an insurance run for the Dons and a breaking ball that can't find its way into the zone. It's now 3-0.
That must have been low. I didn't get a chance to take a look at it, but had to have been low.
Pilots playing pull side defense. Gillis getting strike 1 there on a fastball. Thigh high, far side of the plate, 3-1. Pataxel playing in shallow right field with his feet on the outfield grass. Brown playing deep behind first, and Gillis gets himself back into the count. Full count, 3-2. That's the fight you love to see in Gillis. Falls behind 3-0. Not rattled, doesn't let the ball get away from him, and now he's got a full count, 3-2, as Jovetic fouls it off behind us, back to the full count. Jovetic gets on with a walk. Second walk today by Gillis. As Michael Campagna comes to the plate. Campagna batting .255, making his 16th start. 13 hits and 51 at-bats. He's driven in 4 runs this season. Pataxel now playing towards second. Slightly open stance for the right-handed hitter. Gillis fakes the throw over to first. Jovetic back in head first safely. Saunders on the cusp of the outfield grass over at short. Spencer Scott hugging the line at first. This ball popped up in foul territory. Klemp going back towards the fence, trying to eye it. Brown calls him off, goes into the net and makes the catch. Great job by Sam Brown to make another play.
Look how far he ran, man.
All the way from behind first base to the other side of the Dons dugout to make that catch. We'll be right back on the WCC Network. Welcome back to Joe Etzel Field. Brian Sly, Corey here with your call. Weston Lombard's day is done after one inning of work, and now it's on to Adam Shue, who's making his 10th appearance on the season, has a 3.31 ERA, 2-0 record with going through 16 and a third innings of work, 6 earned runs, 15 strikeouts to just 3 walks, as Nick Klemp, the top of the lineup, leading off for Portland. Squares to bunt, pulls it back, it's 1-0. Klemp flew out to right field in the first inning. Check swing on a low pitch makes it 2-0. Wind blowing straight out to center field. And Corey, the last couple days we've seen Klemp swing in warm-ups during batting practice. Here's a high chopper over to second. Nell has it. And an easy throw over to first. I was going to say he's had some pop in his bat with the wind blowing out. Anything could go. But one away as Klemp starts out 0 for 2 today as Jake Holcroft comes to the plate. Holcroft 0 for 1 today. He struck out looking on a breaking ball on the outside part of the plate. First pitch he sees for a ball. It's 1-0. Well, the home plate umpire, Garrett Wilson, seems to have a tighter strike zone today. We saw a tight-ish strike zone yesterday, more leeway on the left side of the plate. As ball 2 here, it's now 2-0.
There's still a little hole in that same spot. Both guys have it, where the left-handers, the ball has to be on the plate to get a strike, where the right-handers, it could be off the plate to get a strike. So just a little bit of difference there.
The 2-0. High fly ball into right field. Harris Williams calls off the second baseman now, and he will make the catch in right center field, 2 away. He just got underneath that one. But now comes to the plate. It's Ben Pataxel, who had an infield single his last time up and came around to score on a wild pitch.
Second baseman, number 11, Ben Pataxel.
All right, Corey, how's that bingo board going for you?
I've got 3 marked.
And I'm looking at it right now. It doesn't look like you're going to be winning right at this moment.
We need some things to happen. Oh, looks like I might have missed one.
You did miss one. You missed a corner spot.
Oh boy, and that's
big time real estate in bingo as Pataxel takes the breaking ball for a strike, 1-1.
Imagine if I was playing 10 cards like one of those old ladies at the bingo hall. I got 1 card and I missed it. I didn't have a good dauber, that's my problem.
The 1-1. Pataxel doesn't swing, but it's called a strike. He's behind 1-2.
Yeah, I think it's something every person in America should just go play bingo on a Saturday night.
At least one time bingo hall?
At least one time in your life. It's always good for some good nachos or a hamburger and some entertaining.
And they're saying Pataxel went around. So after all 9 batters come to the plate in the first, it's a 1-2-3 second inning for Portland. No runs come in to score. They lead 3-0 as we head to the top of the third. Brandon Grime leads off, then back to the top of the lineup to Foster and Keischel when we return on the WCC Network. Welcome back to the University of Portland. Joe Edsel Field, 3-0 lead for UP as we start the third inning. Gillis back out on the mound. Brandon Grime, tough out yesterday. First pitch strike, looked to be a breaking ball inside. It's 0-1. Grime batting .206 with 14 hits on the year, making his 18th start. Breaking ball from Gillis. No call from the home plate umpire. Looked good from up here, but it's 1-1.
That might have been a little tall. He hasn't allowed that pitch, that belt-high breaking ball. He's just not giving.
Grime went 2 for 2 yesterday with an RBI. There's the breaking ball as Grime swings through it. Now behind 1-2. Grime yesterday had a sac fly in the second inning that ended up being the game-winning run. And then he singled in the 5th and doubled in the 7th inning. Here's the 1-2 from Gillis. And he punches out Grime. First out here in the third, and that'll bring us back to the top of the lineup for the Dons and Darius Foster. Foster, grad transfer, Contra Costa College, Oakland, California. Spencer Scott, the third baseman on the infield grass. Darius Foster has the wheels to get down the line. First pitch strike. Foster has 13 stolen bases on 14 attempts. So the Dons like to use him at the top of the lineup. 0-1. Gillis getting strike 2 quickly, ahead in the count 0-2. Ty Saunders, the shortstop, almost behind the bag at second, and now Spencer Scott, the third baseman, moves into that 5-hole between where third base and the shortstop would normally set up. Right side of the infield, expecting pull. The 1-2. No chase from Foster, evens the count, 2-2. Holcroft on the left side of second base, and the breaking ball gets Foster. Beautiful pitch right there by Gillis. Back-to-back strikeouts to start the third.
That shortstop, number 31, Luke Keishel.
Luke Keishel steps to the plate. Keishel is 0 for 1 today. The ground out to Ty Saunders. And there was another look at that breaking ball from Gillis. Keishel had a check swing, but went well around there. 0-1. Keishel, the former WCC co-freshman of the year last season. WCC first team selection, as well as Gillis gets strike 2 on the outer part of the plate against the right-handed bat. 0-2. Clem did a good job framing that back in. The 0-2 with 2 outs, top of the third. Into the dirt. Klemp will stop it, so 1-2 now on Keishel. Pataxel close to the bag at second. Brown off the line at first, the 1-2. High on Keishel. So after being ahead on the count, 0-2, it's now even 2-2. Gioso's on deck. He walked his first time up. And Gillis now behind in the count on a full count, 3-2. After starting out 0-2 on Keishel. Patient at bat. And the sophomore from Watsonville, California, works himself on with a 2-out walk.
Now Gillis has done that. He did that in the first inning, got 2 quick outs, then had a very competitive pitch at bat, but walked a guy. Did it in the second inning, and now he's done it in the third. And those pitches are going to add up. You know, the thing about that is you're talking 5, 6 pitches, you know, and now we're 18 pitches deeper than we could be. And you got a real running threat out there at first base now with Keishel.
Yeah, he's got a decent lead, about 8 feet off the bag. Gillis not comfortable with it, throws over to first.
Well, they'll slow him down. They're going to throw over there a few times.
I anticipate at least 2 or 3 times in this at-bat alone. Keishel has 16 stolen bases on 20 attempts. He did get caught stealing yesterday. Foul ball out of play. Brown watches that one leave. It'll be 0-1 to start off Gioso. Is catching air on that bingo card for you? No cars hit on a foul ball?
No, but they do have a fan catching a foul ball.
Okay.
So I've got my eyes specked out for that one.
The 0-1, Gillis setting up from the stretch on the first base side of the rubber. Fly ball into center field. Holcroft, though, gets behind it and makes the catch with ease. And that will end the threat for the Dons here in the third inning. 1 left stranded, no runs come in to score as we head to the bottom of the third. Brown, Knight, and Scoro 2 up for the Pilots on the WCC Network. of the third inning, Sam Brown coming to the plate for Portland to start off the bottom of the third inning as the Pilots with a comfortable 3-0 lead at the moment. All three of those runs came in the first inning with 2 outs on the board. It's Andrew Shue out for a second inning of work. First pitch to Brown, pulls it foul down the first baseline. Pulls it past the first base coach, Daniel Lopez. Jonah Jenkins comes out and grabs the loose ball that ended up back in the field of play in right field. Shue working from the stretch with nobody on. Here's the 0-1. Check swing from Brown on a ball that was low and in the dirt. No call from Wilson behind the plate, 1-1. Infield playing for a pole on the right side. Looked like it bounced off the plate or nearly in front of it. 2-1 now on Brown. No defensive changes for the Dons except for on the mound. Darius Foster in left, Jovetic in center, Williams the third in right. Demera, Keishel, Nell, and Gioso are your infield left to right. As Brown takes ball 3, it's 3-1. Michael Campagna still behind the plate. Small breeze as it dies down. The 3-1 to Brown. Turned on it. Ground ball over to the first baseman, Gioso. Fields it without an issue. Steps on the bag. 3 unassisted in the scorebook, and that's how the Pilots start the third inning. Riley Knight now up at the plate. He walked his last time up and came around to score on a Gabe Scoro 2 RBI single. Right side of the infield still playing for pulled ball with Nell. His feet are on the outfield grass. First pitch tonight is 1-0. Knight patiently waits on one that was high. It's now 2-0 after the fastball. Well, Shue has done a good job in his brief outing so far. He came in to start of the second inning and went 1-2-3 as Riley Knight pops this one up and out of play behind us. 2-1. The Pilots last Saturday in Game 3 against BYU, similar fashion, the Pilots put up 3 runs thanks to the young man at the plate as he fouls this one off behind us again, evening the count at 2-2. He hit a 3-run home run with 2 outs in the bottom of the first inning, and the Pilots ended up winning that game 3-1. In the rubber match, the 2-2 tonight. Breaking ball gets Knight on the inner half of the plate. 2 gone to start off the bottom of the third. It's Gabe Scoro coming up to the plate. 1 for 1 today with the 2 RBI. Scoro in and out of the lineup, adding 260 coming into today. Breaking ball about belt high, far side of the plate. 0-1 to start off. Gabe. The 0-1. Scoro rips one into left field. That one's a one-hopper off the base of the wall. He's going for 2. Foster comes up throwing. It's cut off by Keishel at short, And a 2-out double for Gabe Scoro. The hits continue.
That did a good job with a ball up. We'll get a second look at it probably here. But it just looked like a pitch that was up in the zone, and Scoro just turned and burned, baby. Up in the zone, turn and burn.
Yep. And now coming to the plate is Evan Scavato. Scavato walked his first time up, but he's hitting .269 in his sophomore season. As he makes his 16th start, he's got 14 hits on the season, 7 RBI. Ground ball to the left side. Keishel will field it glove side and gets it to Gioso in time. Scavato retired, 1 left stranded on the bases for the Pilots. We head to the 4th inning. Due up, it's Demera, Williams, and Nell when we come back on the WCC Network. Brett Gillis back out on the mound to start the 4th inning. 56 pitches to his name so far through 3 innings of work, 4 strikeouts, and 3 walks. So he continues to lower that ERA. Started out at a 1.45 ERA, now at a 1.32 as the first pitch to Demera is called the ball. It's 1-0. Mario Demera made a spectacular play in foul territory yesterday. As Gillis missing high again, it's now 2-0. But on a foul ball that was near the Portland dugout, Campagna, the catcher, went to go make the catch in foul territory. The ball popped out of his glove, and then Demera, man at the plate, made a barehanded catch as it came out of the glove and got the out for the Dons as he fouls it off here. It's now 2-1. Demera singles up the middle. Holcroft will field it, and the leadoff man is aboard. The first hit today for San Francisco.
Right fielder, number 15, Harris Williams III.
So the first hit for the Dons, and that'll bring up Harris Williams III. It's 0 for 1 today with a ground out over to Ben Pataxel at second base. Williams trying to turn on the inside pitch. Empty swing, 0-1. Spencer Scott, the third baseman, almost on the infield grass. The 0-1 off the end of the bat, and it's going to go foul as it bounces into the bullpen for Portland. So 0-2 now on Williams. Three-0 lead for Portland. Breaking ball that stays high. Klemp getting out of his stance. Get that one. 1-2. Fouled off. So Williams will get another crack at it. As Gillis gets a new ball. 1-2 on Williams. Holcroft on the left side of second base, looking out from home plate. It's the only real movement. Blown away on a fastball. That'll even the count at 2-2 on Williams. Williams, a junior from Denver, Colorado. Denver North High School. The 2-2. Breaking ball that looked like it was high and inside. But Williams all over it, torches it into the net just to the left of the Dons dugout. Corey, you talked about the number of pitches that Gillis is having right now. It's going to add up. See the high fly ball into center field. Scavato in front of the warning track, ranging to his right, will make the catch. And one away with a runner on first. That'll send up Kyle Nell. But Corey, you and I were talking about the extra pitches that Gillis has had to make and the full counts, the extra long at-bats for the Dons. And Gillis normally efficient, effective. He's at 67 pitches right now, and we're only through 3 1/3 innings of work.
Yeah, I think the first 2 innings, the zone was a little tight, and then that 3rd inning, he was kind of all around it after 2 quick outs. But, you know, those are the little things that add up in baseball. You know, it's the difference between going 7 innings or going 6 innings is how those first, you know, when you get an opportunity to get a quick inning, you know, get in the strike zone and get a quick inning.
The runner on first is Demera. Foul ball behind us and to the right again for Kyle Nell. He's behind 0-2. 0 for 1 today. He struck out looking and is only at bat back in the 2nd inning.
And you have to credit the Doms too, because they definitely are a patient offensive ball club. They're not free swingers early. They see pitches. They force you to put for pitchers to make good pitches.
And here's some of the Pilot fans not happy on that one. Call that maybe has gone their way once or twice. Didn't go that time. It's now 1-2 on Nell. The 1-2. Ground ball. Oh, a diving stop by Saunders. The flip to Pataxo and the double play for the Pilots. What a way to end the top of the 4th. Spectacular diving effort by Ty Saunders by the bag at second. Steals a hit away from the Dons. It's 3-0 Pilots as we head to the bottom of the 4th. Scott, Saunders, and Klimt. Welcome back, bottom of the 4th inning. Here at Joe Wetzel Field, Brian Sly, Corey Kier with your call. 3-0 lead for Portland. As Adam Shue back out for a third inning of work for the Dons. First pitch strike to Spencer Scott. Scott is 1 for 1 today with a single back in the first inning. Scott not chasing on a breaking ball in the left-handed batter's box, 1-1. The 1-1, squaring to bunt. Scott pulls it back, but it goes for a strike. 1-2. Scott hitting .346 in limited action this season. 9 hits and 26 at-bats. Does hit at a better clip, leading off the inning at 400 as he takes a ball. It's now 2-2. Wind starting to pick up. Looking at the flag in center field. Fly ball into right field. Dropping back, it's Harris Williams. He'll stop in front of the warning track, come back in. And a fly ball out into right field starts off the 4th inning for Portland.
Yeah, the young buck puts in good at-bats. It was a really good at-bat. Drove the ball down the outfield. Just probably caught it off the end a little bit, but yeah, he's had good at-bats for sure.
And what little wind there is occasionally is blowing from right to left. As Ty Saunders at the plate. Corner infielders are playing in. First pitch breaking ball goes for a ball. It's 1-0. Take a look at the flag right there. Starting to blow out to center. Saunders fouls it off, 1-1.
That incredible double play that finished the last inning. Not only was it an incredible double play, it was also the little square that someone needed to win the bingo game in here.
Oh, yeah.
And unfortunately, I'm not even remotely close, so so there goes Pilots baseball bingo for this game.
Well, that's the great part about baseball. There's usually another game the next day, and you'll have a chance tomorrow.
And they give me like 10 cards and daubers. And
punching out squares left and right. The 2-1 on Saunders. First baseman Gioso now behind the bag at first after being inside the bag. High pop-up down the right field line. And making a play on it is Williams in foul territory. Makes the catch. At first you thought it might be Gioso, who traveled quite a long ways from behind first base to get into that position, but Harris Williams makes the catch. And back-to-back flyouts to right field. 2 gone, and Nick Klemp now comes to the plate. Klemp is 0 for 2 today. A fly ball to right field and a ground out over to the second baseman, Nell, back in the 2nd inning. High fastball, 1-0. Klemp with a slightly closed off stance, batting from the right side. No real movement by the infield. Nell is in shallow right field with his feet on the outfield grass. Inside fastball. Klemp lays off of it, 2-0. Pilots have 3 runs on 5 hits. 4 of those came in the first inning. A high chopper over to third. Demera had to wait on it. The throw, not in time. Klemp was down the line, beat the throw.
Yeah, Klemp runs really well for a catcher. As soon as the ball was chopped high, I thought he had a chance of getting there. I didn't get a time on him, but he really got down that line quick.
Yeah, poor Demera over at third. All he could do was just wait for that ball to come back down to him, and unfortunately, he makes the throw late. Nothing he could do there, and now a runner's on first with 2 outs, and that brings up Jake Holcroft.
Yeah, super clean exchange, too. You get a chance to see it. It's just this high chopper. You can't come get the hop. He's got to wait for it. And great call by the first base umpire down there.
Yeah, Sean Rakos. He was the home plate umpire in yesterday's game. A throw over to first, no tag applied, runner back safely. Holcroft, the closed off stance, batting from the left side. Shu looks over his shoulder, comes home with it. Holcroft looked like he might pull the trigger, didn't. And the good eye works out in his favor for a ball. 1-0 to start off this at bat. Another throw over to first. Klemp does have 2 stolen bases on the season in 3 attempts. About 6 feet off the bag right now at first. As Shu sets up on the first base side of the rubber, comes home with it. Holcroft liked what he saw, didn't pull the trigger though, evens the count 1-1.
Klemp's wearing one of those little stolen bases mitts that a lot of guys that like to steal bases wear to make sure that they don't jam their fingers sliding into second base.
Holcroft gets one off the end of the bat to the left side. Keishel comes up throwing towards second, and no, he couldn't get the force out as Klemp was moving. And you just said it, the catcher's moving well, and Klemp beats the throw. Keishel probably could have had an easier throw getting it over to first with how he charged that ball, but instead tried to go to second on the force out, and Holcroft reaches on the fielder's choice, and now there's 2 runners on for Portland.
Yeah, speed kills there. Nell came from a long ways away. Nell was playing out in the 4.5 hole, looking for Holcroft to pull it, and then on the play, he had to really sprint to get there.
So
I thought it was going to be a problem no matter which way he went. I mean, Holcroft runs well
Yeah, he
too,
does.
and he had to circle that ball. He would have had to circle that ball and still get Holcroft. I think he might have been safe at either place. Thinking that Keishel made the right decision, the problem was second base was just too far away.
So Pataxo comes to the plate. 1 for 2 today with a single in the first. He was the first run to come in and score for Portland. Otherwise, he struck out in the second inning in his last at-bat. Breaking ball above the letters. 1-0.
This is a big at-bat opportunity for the Pilots right now. You know, they're up 3-0. They've scratched out 2 hits with 2 outs. It's a big opportunity for the Pilots to get a knock here and get another run.
This is the Pilots' best hitter average-wise. He's hitting .359 on the season right now. 1-0. The check swing on a high pitch. No call from Garrett Wilson, the home plate umpire. 2-0. Pataxel's hitting .359 on the season right now. 500 with runners on and .429 with runners in scoring position.
Some big-time stats there,
Absolutely.
really.
And that's why you see him in the lineup playing third or over at second. You just want his bat there. Here's a ground ball to the left side. Keishel will charge this one, gather step, throw over to first, and that will beat Pataxel and end the threat for Portland. No runs come in to score. It's 3-0 as we head to the 5th inning. Jovetic, Campagna, and Grime due up when we return. Top of the 5th inning here at Joe Etzel Field. Pilots trying to get back into this series after dropping game 1 3-1 to San Francisco yesterday. Brett Gillis back out on the mound for a 5th inning of work. 71 pitches on that arm through 4 innings as he gets a first pitch strike on Jovetic. Jovetic, no official at-bat as he walked back in the 2nd inning and was left stranded on base. Fastball from Gillis, low and away, 1-1. Changes defensively. Knight, Holcroft, and Scavato still in the outfield for Portland. Scott, Saunders, Pataxel, and Brown the infield as Gillis missing low and away again. Now falls behind in the count, 2-1. Spencer Scott, the third baseman, he's about 10 feet off the line over at third. Jovetic fouls it back into the netting behind home plate, 2-2. Jovetic on the season batting .208. 400 as the leadoff man, though. Here's the 2-2. Pulls it down the first baseline and it hits first base. Ends up in right field. Jovetic is going for second. No, he pulls back and goes back to first. An unfortunate play with Brown playing behind the bag at first. Tried to make a diving stop towards the foul line, and instead the ball hit first base and skipped over him and into right field.
Yeah, you don't see that too often where the ball hits the bag.
Tough break for Gillis and the Pilots. As Campagna comes to the plate. 0 for 1 as he popped out to Sam Brown his last time out. There he pulls it down the third baseline. Scott lets it go. It'll be 0-1.
Those bags are hard to hit. I spent all summer hitting fungos to the first baseman trying to hit that first base, and they're hard to hit.
Can't even hit it when you're trying to.
Yeah, I did all summer long. I'd hit fungos over there, and at third and first every once in a while try to hit it, and they're hard to get.
Here's the 0-1. Gillis throws over to first. Jovetic back safely. Jovetic is a threat to steal. 7 stolen bases on 9 attempts so far this season. 6 to 7 feet off the bag over at first. Runners going towards second. It's a hit and run. Spencer Scott makes the glove save over at third, and the throw over to first to get Campagna. And the poise of the freshman on the hot corner.
Nice little play over there. Ball hit to his glove side, and when he made the play, it pulled his glove behind his body, so he just spun right up to his feet. You'll see it here. Just spun up to his feet and made a nice throw across. And by the Dom stealing, it took away the double play.
So Jovetic is now at second. Breaking ball from Gillis. No call from the home plate umpire. 1-0 to start off Brandon Grime. Grime had a single and a double yesterday and a sacrifice fly. That ended up being the game-winning run. Today, 0 for 1 with a strikeout back in the 3rd inning. Swings on an inside pitch. Evens the count at 1-1.
Yeah, yesterday I couldn't understand why the heck he was hitting in the 9-hole.
Second leadoff man.
Yeah. Today he's got a K. We'll see how he does.
What is your philosophy on that, and having a second leadoff man at the bottom of the lineup? Usually your 9-hole hitter is the guy that is not really having the best luck up at the plate as that ball is inside, 2-1.
I think generally you'll see that guy in the 8th hole over the 9-hole. The 9-hole's got to be a pesky guy that wears pitches and also has to run a little bit to stay out of the way of the leadoff guy who always runs.
Gillis looks back at Jovetic at second, comes home. Ground ball hit to the right side. Pataxel fields it in shallow right field. And 2 away after the ground ball. Runner now moves over to third. With the ground ball pulled to the right side, and we go back to the top of the lineup to Darius Foster, who's 0 for 2 today with 2 strikeouts.
Number 8, Darius Foster.
Pilots are going to make sure that he doesn't safety squeeze here. Now, there is 2 outs, I believe. The scoreboard's showing 1, but is there 2 outs?
There are 2 outs.
There are 2 outs. So, I mean, safety squeeze with 2 outs doesn't happen often, but when you have someone at the plate that can really bunt, like this young man, they'll try it every once in a while.
Foster pops this one up. It's going to go out of play to our left. So he will start out 0-1 in this at-bat. Spencer Scott will come off of third base now. He's on the infield grass, standing about 10 feet off the line. Brown, the first baseman, almost even with the bag now. He steps back. The 0-1. Foster swings through a low pitch on the fastball. 0-2 now as Gillis in the driver's seat in this moment. Not as dominating a performance in the strikeout category. Of course, you say that, he picks up his 5th strikeout, strands the runner over at third as Foster strikes out for the 3rd time today. We head to the bottom of the 5th inning. 2 up, Brown, Knight, and Scoro for the Pilots on the WCC Network. Gillis getting his 5th K. Three 3-0 lead for Portland as we start off the bottom of the 5th inning. Sam Brown at the plate for Portland as Andrew Shue getting another inning of work, comes out for a 4th time in this game. Took over for Weston Lombard, who only went 1 inning and gave up those 3 runs that Portland put up in the 1st inning. Brown taking ball 1 away, 1-0.
Yeah, and Shue's done a really good job since he's come in, putting zeros on the board and pitching around some trouble and some traffic. And
he's only given up 2 hits and no runs so far in 3 innings of work. Brown went around for a strike, 1-1. Brown is 1 for 2, singled and came around to score in the 1st inning. And then he grounded out to Gioso, the first baseman, back in the 3rd. The 2-0. Fly ball out into left field, dropping back. It's Foster. He's near the warning track. He's backing up to the wall, and he makes the catch in front of the 0 in Portland on the fence, and allowed out for Sam Brown.
Yeah, that ball was driven well, probably about 359.5 feet. I thought it might carry out of here.
Had the wind been blowing, might have had a chance. But Briley Knight now comes to the plate. 0 for 1, walked and scored in the 1st inning, struck out looking in the 3rd. No movement on the inside fastball, 1-0.
Yeah. DeMero is playing super deep on Briley and way off the bag, and I could see Briley making a drag bunt here and trying to get a guy on base to get something going.
The entire infield playing back. Another pitch inside for a ball, 2-0.
Yeah, when I coached third base, which was a limited amount of time in my career because I wasn't very good at it, and I had a guy who was better at it when I was a head coach. But if I thought the guy was playing super deep, and I would make a suggestion to drag bunt, what I would do is I would just get way, way, way deep. So I'd take a walk and go back there about the depth of where that third baseman's playing. And when the player would look down there, they'd see me down there. They would think, what's he doing down? Oh, I know what he's thinking.
That was a visual cue.
Yeah, it was a visual cue, and it works pretty good.
Well, here's the 3-0. Take pitch all the way. 3-1. Now, if I remember correctly, you also weren't coaching the base pass because the baseball seemed to find you.
Yeah, I was a magnet. Not only, well, I was a magnet because of probably my width.
Too hard on yourself.
No, actually, the interesting story behind it is I was a varsity head coach for 10 years, and the first year I was the base coach, and in the middle of that first year summer, I had a ball hit at me, and I literally pulled my groin avoiding getting hit. And
Knight flares a foul ball into the bullpen of Portland, back to the full count, 3-2.
I had a young assistant coach who ended up being my boss later in the career. He played at George Fox and won a national championship. I said, why don't you go out there and do it? And he was just so much better at it than I was, and we just decided he was going to do it from now on. So I was, from that point forward, I was a permanent dugout guy.
An energy guy. The 3-2. Knight way ahead of this one, pulls it well foul to our right. And back to the full count, 3-2.
Yeah, it's funny. Some people really like to be out there, and some people would rather be in the dugout. And my whole life, I like the dugout. I think the dugout's a special place. It's especially in baseball. It's just such a great place where you create a lot of relationships.
Knight fouls this one off to our left. It'll go foul again, so 3-2. And I was going to say, that seems like you can make more relationships, maybe more of an impact if you're constantly in the dugout with your guys, whether they're up at the plate or out in the field.
Like looking down at the Pilots now, there's 25 guys in the dugout and one pilot playing baseball right now. And now you're focused on the game, but there's just so many great conversations, and you learn so much about the game, so much about each other, and just create so many memories in that dugout.
Knight just gets enough of it, fouls it back, and 3-2 again, like a broken record.
I mean, some of the conversations that you get into, it'll be a 4 or 5 inning conversation. Now, it's supposed to always be about baseball, so you just make sure that when the skip's around, you're not talking about politics or anything like that, or you get yourself in trouble.
Knight ahead of this one on the off speed. Again, 3-2. Always got to keep your head on a swivel. Know where coach is when you're walking around the dugout.
Yeah, skippers don't like you like conversations that don't have something to do with the game.
3-2 again. Knight sends a fly ball down the right field line, but it's going to go foul.
Man, Knight has got about 800 feet on baseballs this at bat. He's hit it all over. He's hit it left. He's hit it right. Now let's hit it straight away. This one.
That one went over the fence, but in foul territory. As I see a fan throw it back over the fence. And Knight got hit on the inside pitch. And he's taking his time.
Looks like the coach from the Dom's going to come out and argue that he was swinging the bat, but he did check his swing. And they could ask that umpire down third base.
And that's exactly what they're doing. And they appealed down to him and they say he did not go around.
And he didn't.
And it looked like he caught him on the hand possibly.
And that's one heck of an at-bat right there. I don't know how many pitches that was, but it felt like it was 10, 11 pitches. And he cost the University of Portland about $15 in lost baseballs.
That adds up.
Yeah, it was a check swing for sure.
So now to the plate, it's Gabe Scoro. 2 for 2 today with 2 RBI. A single and a double. Throw over back to first. Knight back safely.
Yeah, I'm sure. I think they're arguing that it didn't hit him.
Looking at the replay, it looks like it could have caught the bottom of his hand or
Or it almost looked like it caught the catcher's glove, but that might be what they're arguing. But that's a heck of a soccer sales pitch. If that's the no disrespect to anybody listening that plays soccer, but that's a sales.
I was going to say, you got a couple soccer players down to the left over here. Scoro squares to bunt, pulled it back, and they're saying, Sean Rako's saying that Scoro did not go around on the bunt. So 1-0. The 1-0. Knight over at first. Small lead for him, considering his speed and ability to steal the base. Back in head first. Going back to Knight getting hit. It really takes a special person to act that quickly.
Yeah,
if it didn't hit him.
I think it hit him, but I'm just saying that it happens.
It does. You have to play it off. Shu looks over his shoulder. And inside on Scoro, just got his hips out of the way of that one as it popped out of the glove of Campagna. And it almost looked like Scoro was slightly disappointed in himself getting out of the way of it.
100% he's wishing he didn't skate right there. He knows how important getting hit in the backside right there, because that's probably where it gets him, you know. You get hit in the ankle, you got to get, I mean, it's coming at your ankles, you got to get out of the way. But if it's from the above the knee to the bottom of the waist in a situation like this, you got to try to wear it. And he comes from a program, he played Lincoln High School, played for C.J. Watson, and, you know, C.J. Watson, you know, he teaches his guys to wear pitches, and you know, obviously probably Coach Loomis would have said, hey, we need to wear that right there. But, yeah, everybody has their own opinion on wearing pitches, you know. But I don't wear it on my forehead, and I don't wear it on my ankles, or my ankles, so you got to get out of the way.
And there is a pitcher warming up for San Francisco. Number 20, Will Hearn from Buffalo, New York, is warming up, a left-hander for the Dons. And, Corey, what do you think the skipper was talking to Shu about on the mound right there with Knight over at first and one out here with a 2-0 count? Shu, another throw over to first.
Probably getting a heat check on him, on how he's feeling. I mean, he's pitched really well. He probably doesn't want to pull him out of the ball game. You know, a couple wild pitches in a row, just kind of checking to how he's feeling and what's going on.
Scoro, another rip into left field, and Foster makes the catch on the run at the warning track. Knight is going to have to retreat back to first, but Darius Foster.
It's a heck of a play by Foster out there in left field. Off the bat, I thought that was going to hit off the base of the wall, and you'll see this again. Scoro turns and burns on a ball that's down.
I mean, it almost looked identical to his hit that he had in the third inning.
And Foster gets to it and makes a nice catch. And again, speed kills. I mean, that young man has stolen, I think, 16 bases or 15 bases, and he can really run. So
Knight at first with 2 outs, and Evan Scavato to the plate. He's 0 for 1 with a ground out to Keishel at short. He walked back in the first and was left stranded. Knight's going for second. Campagna up throwing. Nell had the ball, and they threw him out. Tag applied. Knight caught stealing. Second time in this series, and that ends the threat for Portland here in the 5th inning. We head to the 6th. Due up for the Dons, Keishel, Gioso, and Demera when we return on the WCC Network. Sixth inning of work here in Portland, Oregon, as Brett Gillis back out on the mound for UP. He's got 85 pitches on his arm today, and there looks to be somebody warming up in the Pilot bullpen, so this could be the final inning of work for Brett Gillis. And that one hit Keishel in the head. Breaking ball. That was high and inside. Keishel quickly down to the line and to first base. Tough way to start off the inning. Good news is, though, Keishel okay on a breaking ball.
Number 22, Dave Giosa.
And right now you have to think, with the Dons trailing by 3 here in the later innings of this game, Keishel on base, he's your leading base stealer. He might be on the move right here, Corey.
Yeah, they're going to be careful with him because it's 3-run lead, but the way he steals bases, he'll probably definitely be on the move. And the one thing that stinks about hitting him on the first pitch with the breaking ball is it just puts a lot of pressure on Brett now to slow him down. He's got to think about him and here where, if I'm standing over there, he's just pitching at the plate.
Gioso swings at a low pitch, 0-1. Gioso is 0 for 1 today. He flew out to center field to Jake Holcroft back in the 3rd inning, and then he walked and was left stranded in his first at-bat back in the 1st inning. Throw back over to first. Keeping an eye on Keishel. Again, 16 stolen bases on 20 attempts so far. Secondary as Klemp comes up, fakes the throw over to first. Strike 2 on Gioso.
Yeah, with 12 outs left in the game, this is a time where, as a coach, I might remind Brett that let's be in the outs game. Let's really focus on getting this guy out instead of worrying about that runner. I know you don't want to give up 3 bases, but what you can't do is allow him to distract you from getting the hitter on base. We always preach the outs game late in the game is you're just collecting outs and not letting that go-ahead run get to the plate or the tying run to get to the plate.
Another throw over to first.
And with that being said, he can steal second, steal third as long as you get this guy out and that guy out, and then you're fine.
The open stance for Gioso. Behind in the count, 1-2. Breaking ball that went above the letters, evens the count at 2-2. Two-ball depth for the middle infielders for Portland. Spencer Scott hugging the line over at third. Gioso fouls it off to our right, now to play. Joey Gartrell is the arm down in the bullpen for Portland. The 2-2, Keishel's going, striked out, and the throw actually hits Keishel. That works in Portland's favor. That was gonna go right into center field. Looks like Klemp wanted interference, talking with the home plate umpires. Gioso went down with strike 3, so 1 out. Runner now moving up to second, and Mario Demera comes to the plate.
Man, Keishel, so impressive to watch kids that can run like this. I got a 3.2 steal time on him, which is a really good steal time.
Quick on the base path. Gillis off the rubber, fakes a throw over to second. Will reset things for Mario Demera.
Yeah, again, you're in the outs game. He got second base, so what? But you got the guy at the plate. Now, same deal here. You got to get the guy at the plate and not worry about Keishel getting third.
Klemp doing a good job stopping that with his body. Keep Keishel over at second. 1-0 to start off Demera.
I would say you can't steal home, but I think it happened in the big league, in college baseball yesterday to win the game. Win the game.
Texas Tech over Texas. I know exactly what you're talking about. The 1-0. Missing low and away, 2-0.
an example of a reliever that just takes entirely too much time in between pitches, and they took advantage of him.
Yeah, the young man was staring at the ground, basically composing himself as he was getting set in the stretch, and he never even had a chance to throw home. The 2-0. Gillis sets a low throw, and it ricochets into left field. I'm not sure who that hit.
Keishel. Hit Keishel in the ankle.
Yeah. Keishel seemed just fine moving up to third after being belted by that throw from Gillis.
And here's what I'm talking about in this situation. For the whole inning, I've been preaching about how you have to focus on the guy at home. Now you've thrown the ball in the outfield and you've put Keishel on third base with 1 out. Now the hitter just has to get the ball in play on the ground and they get a run rather than an advance of 90 feet.
So now the corner infielders being brought in. The 2-0. Strike called on Demera. First one for him, 2-1. Keishel, decent lead over at third. Fly ball into right field. Going into foul territory. Scavato chasing it, slides feet first into the fence as that ball ends up in the right field berm. So 2-2 on Demera. Love the effort from Scavato.
Also the baseball intelligence of Scavato there. Scavato's played out there enough. He understands where the fence is. He goes hook slide just in case it's close enough that he can catch it where he's not going to run into the fence.
The 2-2. Gillis high on a fastball above the shoulders. That'll be a full count now, 3-2. As Gillis creeping closer to 100 pitches today. He's at 92. Peter Allegro now stretching to get loose in the bullpen for Portland. He's the closer for the Pilots. He's got 6 of them so far this season as Gillis walks the man on. And now Harris Williams comes to the plate, representing the tying run with runners on the corners, only 1 out.
Number 15, Harris Williams.
Williams is 0 for 2 today, a ground out to Ben Pataxel over at second, and then a fly out to Scavato in right field. Klemp will come out into the field of play in front of home and give out the signals to the infield.
For the first and third play, and what the priority is. You know, it's interesting. Sometimes you know, you'll throw through and just go ahead and try to take the out and let them score, and sometimes you're going to say, no, we're not going to let them score. I have a feeling that priority's third base, and they're just not going to let them score.
Gillis missing on a fastball away from the left-handed bat of Williams.
Here comes Coach Lambert to discuss how they're going to attack this this hitter in this first and third situation, and it looks to give Gartrell some time to warm up.
There you see some stats for Gartrell, the freshman with a 5.52 ERA and 14 2/3 innings of work and 9 earned runs. Now, the Pilots have been fortunate. They've turned a double play to get out of an inning before. Can't guarantee that you'll get a double play opportunity. But with Gillis on the mound, 98 pitches right now through 5 and a third innings of work.
Yeah, Coach Lambert, I mean, the conversation here is, okay, hey, let's really work on getting the hitter. It's really important to get the hitter here, and also discussing what their plan is if there's any kind of shenanigans with first and thirds. You know, yesterday we watched the Doms try a first and third where the backside runner, which at the time was Keishel, he tried to stop early, yeah, he's out there planting that positive seed. He's hoping the ball gets hit to Saunders and they turns 2. That's the pitching coach dream. Or a punch out and a pop out or something like that.
Fouled off into the netting. That'll even the count at 1-1. Williams seemed to be on top of that fastball, just missing it though.
Gillis is not messing around either. He's getting on the mound and coming after him.
Scott almost on the infield grass. Fakes the throw over to first to Gillis. Will reset with the 1-1 count. Another foul ball off to our left. Now Gillis is ahead in the count, 1-2. Williams seems to be on the fastball. Do you work in a breaking ball right here, Corey, or no?
I think he's going to stay away from him with the fastball.
And he gets the strikeout. That relieves a lot of pressure for Gillis on the mound. Now with 2 outs, the baseball can go just about anywhere.
Huge punch out here. Just an elevated fastball. Really just the old Louisiana Bayou right there. He just reared back and said, I'm going to throw it by you. And you love to see that out of your starter after, 5 2/3 innings in a big situation.
7 strikeouts now for Gillis. Runners on the corners with 2 outs. Nell at the plate. First pitch, shoulder high and away for a ball, 1-0.
Yeah. And this has been an incredible start by Gillis. Really, in my opinion, his breaking ball today, it hasn't been that great, and he hasn't used the changeup much. But even pitching to a C+, he's got a really good start going. It should be the end of the inning here.
Shallow pop-up into right field, and Pataxel can't make the catch. It's off of his glove. 1 run comes in to score in Kieshel, who's running with 2 outs anyways. And Demera, who was over at first, gets all the way over to third. In a very tough play for Pataxel to make over at second. He was running out. His back was to home plate and almost looking to make a Willie Mays type catch over his shoulder.
Super unlucky, just off the end of the bat. And what a great effort by Pataxel.
Almost got that one over his shoulder, and Scavato, who was coming in, luckily gets that ball in quickly. So 1 run comes in to score.
I think the board's shown it as an error, but I don't know how that could be an error. It was almost a play of the week.
Yeah. So back to runners on the corners. Big swing and a miss from Jovetic. Now 0-2. And if Gillis can get out of this inning only giving up 1 run, I'd count that as a big win for him. With Gartrell still warming up in the bullpen. This is Gillis's inning to finish. Runner going for second, doesn't matter. Jovetic empty on the swing, and the strikeout strands. 2 runners on base. 1 run does come in to score for San Francisco. It's now 3-1 in favor of Portland. 2 up, Scavato, Scott, and Saunders, the bottom of the lineup for the Pilots when we return on the WCC Network. New man on the mound for San Francisco, it is Will Hearn, sophomore from Buffalo, New York. Hearn this season is making his 11th appearance. He's gotten through 7 innings of work with a 14-14 ERA. He's given up 11 earned runs in those 7 innings on 12 hits. He struck out 6 and walked 4. Opponents are hitting .400 against the lefty. Scavato leading things off for Portland. Leadoff single into left center field. And Scavato looked like he might have thought about going for second. Retreats back to first, though, as Darius Foster fielded it in left center field. And 1 on for the Pilots to start the 6th.
Yeah, and actually it was just a really good base running rep by Evan Scavato. Any ball that you hit to the outfield, there's 3 ways to get to first base. And when you hit a ball to the outfield, like, you want to round it like it's a double and force the defense to stop you. And that's one thing that the Pilots do very well, is they run the bases well. And you can see Henry Mensch coming in to pinch run for Scavato.
Now running for Portland at first base, number 33, Henry Mensch.
Mensch, as you just mentioned, in the game now, it's a pinch runner, making his 13th appearance on the season. He is 2 for 2 stolen base attempts. A minor threat to steal over at first as Spencer Scott steps to the plate. He's 1 for 2 today. Singled in the first inning and then in the 4th. A pretty good at bat that ended up with a fly ball out into right field. That was caught by Harris Williams. Scott waiting, it's now 1-0. San Francisco playing double play depth. The throw, and Scott went around on a ball that ended up in the dirt. Campana comes out in front of the home plate to pick it up, 1-1. One, 3-1 lead right now for Portland over San Francisco here at Joe Etzel Field. Bottom of the 6th has another throw over to first to keep an eye on Mensch. With 2 big-time birthdays today, Corey.
There's 3 big-time birthdays.
Oh, 3, excuse me. Excuse me, sir.
Sorry, my sister, shout out to my sister.
Okay, all right. See, I did not know about that one.
No, I know.
Happy birthday to your sister. Scott takes strike 2. It's now 1-2. First gentleman was a Heisman Trophy winner, 1981. Super Bowl MVP and a 6-time Pro Bowl running back. With the Oakland Raiders as Mensch back in head first on the throw over. Back to the 1-2 on Spencer Scott.
Man, I can totally picture him too. That's in my wheelhouse.
The 1-2, another throw over to first.
Angry at myself for not knowing this because I could totally picture him.
Think about it. He was a Super Bowl winner with the Oakland Raiders. A Heisman Trophy winning running back at USC.
Yeah.
Fouled off to the right by Scott. Going back to the 1-2.
Yeah, Marcus Allen.
You nailed it.
Yeah, it took me a second, man.
In the nick of time.
I was on OJ for some reason.
Yep. Well, that is a USC Heisman Trophy winning running back, but he never played for the Raiders.
No, he didn't. That was where I was from.
Scott puts a drive into one into center field. Jovetic, though, takes a few steps back, makes the routine fly ball catch, and 2 away here in the 7th, or excuse me, 1 away here in the 7th inning.
The most underrated, overrated running back ever. And I feel like he never got a ton of credit, and he was pretty darn good, Marcus Allen.
Absolutely. And as Ty Saunders steps to the plate, he'll be batting from the right side with the lefty on the mound.
I always felt like Eric Dickerson was the same way. I don't know if you remember Eric Dickerson.
Oh, yeah, I know Eric Dickerson.
See, now, I coach running backs at the high school football, so I know my running backs, or at least most of them.
Dickerson was a standout running back at SMU before the Mustangs got the death penalty in football. Then obviously he was a standout running back with the Rams. I believe they were in LA at that time.
They're all over the place.
Back and forth a couple of times. As a throw over to first to keep an eye on Mensch. Still 0-1 on Saunders.
Lots of favorite running backs over the years. Obviously Walter Payton, Barry Sanders.
Saunders pops this one up. This one should be playable. Gioso, the first baseman, on the line behind first, and he will make the catch on the pop out. 2 away. As we go back to the top of the lineup, and now Nick Klemp comes to the plate. He's 1 for 3 today. Fly out to right field, a ground out over to second base, and then he's singled back in the 4th where he was left stranded at second.
He has swung the bat so well the last
has.
couple of days in BP. I expect him to barrel something at some point.
And mind you, that single he had was an infield single on a chopper over to third. Mensch about 7 feet off the bag, and another throw over to first to keep an eye on that runner.
That's my cue to pick up my stopwatch because we're going to get a Klemp time.
Klemp batting .353 on the season, breaking ball, outer half of the plate for a strike. 0-1 to start off Mensch, or excuse me, Klemp. Stayed a consistent 63 degrees throughout today's game. Cloudy and the occasional wind between 3 to 5 miles an hour as Klemp takes a ball. It's 1-1. Pilots have 3 runs on 7 hits. The Dons just 1 run on 3 hits. Klemp not chasing on a low fastball, now ahead in the count, 2-1.
The other name that I was thinking about during that whole thing, and he's not a running back, was Tim Brown. And Tim Brown played in about that era, didn't he?
Tim Brown,
Notre Dame guy?
Yes, he went to Notre Dame. I believe he was just maybe overlapped or just after Marcus Allen when he was with the Raiders, as a fly ball caught by Jovetic in center. And that will end the Pilots' half of the 6th. They strand a runner on. No runs come in to score. They lead 3-1 as we head to the 7th inning. Campagna, Grime, and Foster due up for the Dons when we return. Welcome back to Joe Etzel Field as we start the top of the 7th inning. A new arm on the mound as Brett Gillis' day is done. Peter Allegro now comes out, 2-0 on the season, making his 10th appearance with a 2.65 ERA. The big number, though, 6 saves, which is top 5 in the country and leading the West Coast Conference. 19 strikeouts to 7 walks and 17 innings of work, as he's given up 5 earned runs during that time.
Yeah, you have to give a big hat tip to Brett Gillis for what an incredible start. Another incredible start for him. You know, when you have a 1.45 ERA, you honestly don't walk into the ballpark thinking it's going down. And his ERA went down again. And again, it'd be interesting to talk to him in person, but I think he'd tell you that his secondaries weren't as good as they've been in the past. But he's such a competitor, he found a way to survive it.
Campagna, the first batter to go against Allegro. First pitch he sees, fouls it off to our right, first strike, 0-1. Gillis, the stat line, 6 innings of work, 107 pitches, giving up 3 hits, only 1 run, 0 earned, with 8 strikeouts and 4 walks. The big number there, the 4 walks, seems a bit high for Gillis, but again, great outing for him as he gutted it out after a tough couple of first innings with the strike zone that he was working with. And right now he's set up to take the win after getting through 6 strong. The 0-2. Ground ball hit over to Ty Saunders at short. Gather step, throw, and Brown with the stretch over at first gets the first out of the inning. You'll get another look at it right here.
Number 2, Brandon Grime.
Brandon Grime now up at the plate. 0 for 2 today, a strikeout in the 3rd, and then he grounded out to Ben Pataxel over at 2nd his last time up in the 5th inning. Allegro starting out with a strike, 0-1. Grime 10 RBI on the season, batting .206. Coming into today. Swings and misses on an inside pitch. 0-2.
Now, we've had the pleasure of watching Allegro for quite a long time. I mean, what was it, 3 summers ago? We saw him with the Richfield Raptors. And
Summer 2019, yep.
Yeah, and he's, I'm trying to think of a comparable for him, and really, honestly, I always just think of the Bulldog, which is not the Bulldog obviously wasn't a starter.
No.
Oral Hershiser, but he just competes.
I will say, talking with Allegro a few times as he picks up the strikeout for the 2nd out here in the 7th. It's not just his height that resembles him, but the fiery mentality, how he attacks the batter. Considers himself almost like a Marcus Stroman-like.
Gotcha.
Work with fastball, slider. Good movement in his pitches. First pitch to Foster in the dirt, 1-0. Foster's 0 for 3 today with 3 strikeouts, trying to avoid the golden sombrero of 4 strikeouts in a single game.
It takes 4 for a golden or 3?
4 for the golden sombrero.
We just get the regular sombrero for 3? Oh, okay. I learned something. All right.
The 1-1 after the foul ball. Spencer Scott, the third baseman, 10 feet away from the third baseline on the infield grass. Right side of the infield playing back. Now Brown, even with the bag at first. 1-1 delivery from Allegro, gets the strike at the knees. Look to be on the far side of the plate. 1-2 now. Portland trying to get their first 1-2-3 inning since the 4th. Fly ball into center field. Holcroft steps in, and he makes the catch. Foster avoids the golden sombrero, but it's a 1-2-3 inning for San Francisco. We head to the bottom of the 7th inning to get up and stretch. It's Holcroft, Pataxel, and Brown when we return. Bottom of the 7th inning here at Joe Etzel Field on the campus of the University of Portland. Here's a look at the upcoming schedule for the Pilots. See today's action against San Francisco, 1 p.m. Tomorrow, 1 p.m. first pitch against San Francisco, and then the midweek game on the 29th versus Washington. The San Francisco and Washington games are going to be on TV, local, Portland CW. And then the following weekend, the Buff Boys will be on the road at Loyola Marymount. Holcroft taking the ball there. That will even the count at 1-1.
Get a chance to sit in your home chair and watch the Pilots on the big screen TV.
You know what? After not having them here for a whole month, I'd almost rather them be back at the ballpark. But it'll be a quick turnaround, about 10 days before they're back home again. Will Hearn back out for his second inning of work. Spikes this one in the dirt. Campagna can't block it as it goes to the backstop. Pataxel will pick it up. So 2-2 on Holcroft. All right, Corey, we talked about 2 birthdays today. Second one is in basketball. It's a WCC name. As Holcroft gets ball 3 called on him for a full count, 3-2. Former Gonzaga Bulldog, Dream Team member. His partner in crime was the mailman. Oh. Holcroft swings on the off speed and strikes out. First out here in the bottom of the 7th.
That's such a layup for me, but I'll take it. That's Mr. Stockton.
Yeah, there you go. I'd like to have you feel included.
I know, but I'll tell you, I don't know a whole lot about basketball.
That's why I made that one a bit easier for you.
But if you don't know who the mailman and John Stockton are, you haven't been alive. Looks like we've got a pitching change coming with the Doms.
We do, and we are going to have a pitching change as an arm coming out of the mound for the Dons. We'll be right back on the WCC Network with the new arm. Welcome back to Joe Etzel Field. Bottom of the 7th inning. New man on the mound is number 34, Jonah Jenkins. Graduate student from Parker, Colorado. Transfer from Dartmouth College out on the East Coast, making his 9th appearance. 15 innings of work so far this season with an 0-1 record with a 7.80 ERA. 17 strikeouts to 11 walks. The first pitch to Pataxel is a strike. It's 0-1. Corey, you were looking over a list of famous 34s as fly ball into right center field. Harris Williams will make the catch. And 2 away for the Pilots here in the 7th.
And the first one I went to was Kirby Puckett. And when I Googled this, I just couldn't believe there's so many. Now, you came up with Ortiz, which he's on the list.
Roy Halladay, I think it was a 34 that I came up with before you started naming people on the list.
How about Nolan Ryan?
Nolan
34?
Ryan, of course. 7 no-hitters.
How about the man with the mustache?
Is that Raleigh Fink?
Raleigh Fingers.
You're jumping the gun on me here. Because I had something set up for tomorrow.
Uh-oh. And my all-time favorite pitcher, and you know who that is with the Dodgers.
Oh, Fernando Mania.
Number 34.
Sam Brown up at the plate. Took a first pitch ball. Takes a second pitch ball. Now 2-0 in the count.
This young man, Chicago Cub, punched 21 guys, number 34.
Kerry Wood against the Astros. That was a good lineup, if I remember correctly, on that Astros team. Was Caminetti still on that team?
I think
Bagwell was on that team.
It keeps going. The Mariners' best pitcher all time, probably.
Randy?
Not Randy. Felix.
Oh, Felix Hernandez. Yep, ground ball to the right side. Backhanded by Nell. And Sam Brown will be the final out here in the 7th inning. We head to the 8th. Due up for the Dons, Keishel, Gioso, and Demera when we return to the WCC Network. Eighth inning of work here at Joe Edsel Field. Peter Allegro back out on the mound. He's trying to get his 7th save of the season. So we start at the top of the 8th inning. Luke Keishel is the first batter he sees. A fly ball out into right field. Henry Mensch took a few steps to his left, comes in, makes the catch. 1 pitch and 1 out to start the 8th inning.
Well,
there's one more number 34 that I think's a big time on the list. I'll give you some hints, and this is for an actual point.
Oh, not all the other 10 names I rattled off didn't get me a point?
No, but I'm going to give you some hints.
Okay, all right.
Let's start with that he wore green and gold.
Oh, is this Dennis Eckersley?
It's not Dennis Eckersley. I think he was 32.
Strike 1 called on Gioso.
He was a closer, and he has a unique voice.
Here's the 0-1 from Allegro. Gioso swings through a fastball. It's now 0-2. I mean, I could cheat and say John Lester wore 34 for the Oakland Athletics.
He did, but it's not John Lester.
Hard hit ball into center field. Holcroft will take it on the hop. Prevents it from going by him, though, so it's a long single for Gioso, and the first hit given up by Peter Allegro.
Super great decision by Holcroft out there. You know, that's one of those tweener balls that, you know, you're either going to catch or you're going to keep in front. And in this game, the last thing you want to do is dive for that ball and have it get by you. You know, him on first base with 1 out, so what? You'll get out of the inning without him scoring. But you let him get to the wall, he'll probably score.
Mario Demera now up at the plate. Demera today is 1 for 2 with a walk and a single. Otherwise, he grounded out to Pataxel over at second. Ball on the first pitch, 1-0.
I will also tell you that this person has spoken at the University of Portland Diamond Dinner years ago.
Oh, no.
And we've talked about him before.
Strike called, evening the count at 1-1.
And I'll give you the last hint for the point, which I should just take the point, is I rode on the bus with him from the Oakland airport. And I told you the story.
The 1-1. Allegro getting strike two. It's now 1-2.
I'm taking my point.
Yeah, I meant take it. I have a name in my mind, but I don't think it's right, and I don't even want to say it out loud.
Dave Stewart.
Ah, yep. The 1-2. Fly ball into right field. Mensch can't make the play. It bounces away from him, gets behind him. Moving up to second. Oh, the runner's going home this time. Saunders gets the cutoff throw. Giotto scores all the way from first on a play that gets away from Henry Mensch in right field, and now the tying run is 90 feet away from scoring here in the top of the 8th inning. And that's what you were just talking about with Holcroft in center and what can be a tweener ball that just gets away from you. And unfortunate for the Pilots right there. That puts a run on the board for the Dons, and now the infield being pulled in with only 1 out.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's a ball that Mensch has got to keep in front of him. If he keeps, it's such a tweener ball. And I feel like he feels like he could catch that ball, which I understand why he did that, but you keep that ball in front, and the Pilots are first and third with a 2-run lead. Gets by him. Now it's a 1-run lead with the tying run 90 feet away.
Harris Williams is at the plate. 0 for 3 today. Ground out to second, fly out to right field, and a strikeout. Allegro missing high on a fastball, evening the count at 1-1. And the infield pulled in. Demera over at third, the 1-1. Fly ball down the left field line. This one's going to end up in the bullpen, actually on top of the hitting facility for Portland, so strike 1 and 2. Saying a strikeout in this situation being huge is an understatement.
Mm-hmm.
The 1-2. 1 out, runner on third. And finds its way into right field. This game is all tied up here in the 8th inning. And a softly hit ball, too. A ball that barely even got into the outfield. Looked like it might have hit the back end of the infield dirt in between second and first. And Kyle Nell now comes to the plate with a runner on first, which represents the go-ahead run. And suddenly there's life on that bench for San Francisco. So 2 runs have come in here in the 8th. Nell swings and misses on a ball that drops out of the zone. 0-1.
Yeah, I thought you might see a timeout there, either by the skipper or the catcher, to go just kind of clean up what's just happened over the last minute. About 2 minutes, things have changed. The big important thing here is to continue to minimize damage here and get out of this inning with a tie ball game, because you still get to hit. You still get to hit this inning, and you still get to hit next inning. So, very important to minimize damage here and get back in that dugout and regroup.
The 0-1. No call from the home plate umpire. 1-1 on Nell.
It's been pretty consistent, not going to give you that breaking ball if it's at the belt. It's got to be below the belt for him to call it. And we feel like it's been a strike a few times from up here, but he's not giving it.
Nell is 1 for 3 today, had an RBI single in the 6th inning. Before that, he grounded out into a double play back in the fourth and then struck out looking in the second inning. The Dons now have 3 runs on 6 hits, and 3 of those hits have come in this inning alone. The 1-1 to Nell. Runners going for second. Klemp up throwing, low throw to Pataxel. All he can do is just gobble it up, and a stolen base for Williams. As he picks up his 8th stolen base on the season. So the go-ahead run, 180 feet away from scoring. If Nell gets a base hit here, the Dons have a chance to take the lead. Allegro looks back at Williams from the stretch, comes home. The 2-1, check swing from Nell. They appeal down to first. And Sean Rako saying the batter did not go around. 3-1 now in favor of Nell.
Well, I thought that was a strike, whether it was a called one or not a called one. It was a really good pitch, that's for sure.
Outfield playing straight up. No movement from them. Pataxel close to the bag at second, keeping an eye on Williams. Step off for Allegro. Allegro attacking with the 3-1, high and away. So runners now on first and second. Nobody warming up in the bullpen for Portland. This is Allegro's inning to finish, it looks like. And now Coach Lambert going to go out to the mound and talk things over with his pitcher. And tough moment for Allegro. He got that first out. You had a single that Holcroft did a good job of keeping it in front of him. And then literally just as you spoke about how Holcroft kept it from getting by him, an unfortunate play out in right field where the ball gets away from Henry Mensch. And that's literally what started this whole unraveling here in the top of the 8th inning. As 2 runs have come in to score, that play out in right field ended up in a triple for DeMera, driving in the first run, and then Harris Williams basically had a bloop single on an infield that was playing in.
Yeah, I mean, you just replay the whole thing. If Mensch keeps the ball in front, they're first and third, and then the next guy hits a ball that's probably a double play ball, or it's a caught line drive by the second baseman, which would have been first and third. You'd have walked there. We'd have the bases loaded with 2 outs right now, and you'd be up by 2 runs. So, yeah, baseball is such a chess game.
Yes, it is.
It's not checkers. It's chess.
And you have to give credit to the Dons bullpen after Weston Lombard gave up those 3 earned runs in the first inning. Adam Shue threw 4 scoreless innings. And Will Hearn did a good job himself, going 1 1/3, only giving up 1 hit. Pilots only have 3 hits since the first inning. Check swing by Jovetic. Klemp is throwing towards second, and now they've got a run down. Scott running down Williams. He applies the tag, and now there's 2 away. Moving up to second was Kyle Nell. So Williams.
Sorry about that. Little
You
coach,
had me worried there for a second.
Yeah, little Coach Kier and me. There was a vacated bag. No one was covering third. The runner could have just took off to third base, but you'll see here late in the end of this play.
And Williams didn't get the best read off the low pitch. Had a big secondary, and that's what got him into trouble. So now 2 away for Allegro. Makes things a tad easier with only 1 runner on. Now he is at second with 2 outs, and Jovetic with an 0-1 count. Jovetic is 1 for 2 today with a walk, a single, and a strikeout. The check swing from Jovetic went around for a strike, 0-2. Well, Tamaro's got a bat in his hand, and you might think that he might come up to pinch hit here in these last 2 innings. Check swing from Jovetic again. They appeal down to third. And Tyler Schmidt, the third base umpire, saying he did not go around. So 1-2 now to Jovetic. Allegro looks back at the runner, the 1-2 count. Now toying with Allegro. Now Allegro comes home with it, gets the strikeout on Jovetic, blowing a fastball by him. Strands the runner over at second. 2 runs come in to score for San Francisco. We've got ourselves a tie ball game as we head to the bottom of the 8th. 3-all. Knight, Scoro, and Mensch coming to the plate for the Pilots on the WCC Network. Bottom of the 8th inning, tie ball game, 3-all as the Pilots try to break up the stalemate here in the bottom of the 8th. Briley Knight leading things off. First pitch he sees sends it into the netting behind home plate. 0-1 to start off this at-bat.
Yeah, the good news for the Pilots is it's still a tie ball game. They still got 6 outs. Super important to put the pressure on the pitcher now and put some pressure on him by possibly seeing some pitches or at least not getting out quickly.
Beautiful breaking ball right there by Jenkins. Falls in there for a strike on the inner half of the plate on Knight. 0-2. Knight is 0 for 1 today. He walked and came around to score in the first, struck out looking in the third, and then he was hit by a pitch back in the 5th and caught stealing. The 0-2. Check swing. I didn't hear any contact with the bat.
That wind is picked up, blowing straight away. Looks to be at more than 5 miles an hour now.
And I think they called that one a strike, so back to the 0-2, and then the breaking ball freezes him at the plate. Jenkins, 2 breaking balls in that at-bat that just dropped and froze Briley Knight in his tracks. And the first out here in the 8th inning, and that'll send up Gabe Scoro. Now, Scoro's had some good at-bats today. He's 2 for 3 with a single and a double, 2 RBI that came back in the first inning. His latest at-bat in the 5th was a fly ball out in the left field that Darius Foster made the catch just in front of the wall.
Yeah, made a great play on.
Scoro's been on top of the pitching for the Dons as a breaking ball off the far side of the plate starts him out 1-0.
Yeah, really, the Pilots need some air back in their balloon. I mean, their balloon was riding big and it got deflated, and this game is so much about momentum and the momentum train. And, you know, obviously the Doms have the momentum right now and the Pilots could easily get it back with hitting a double here or getting a guy to second base and or some runners in scoring position.
Starts with 1, getting on base. Here's the 2-0. Scoro wanted that swing back. Still ahead in the count, 2-1. Now Henry Mensch should be hitting up next. He is on deck. Scoro fouls it back into the netting, 2-2. The 2-2. Breaking ball, and they got Scoro. Back-to-back strikeouts for Jenkins, and that breaking ball is working for him as Henry Mensch now comes to the plate.
I like Henry in this situation. Henry played for the Gillis Black Bears last summer. I was the pitching coach up there, and he's a competitive young man, and for sure he's going to know that he probably should have kept that ball in front. I mean, obviously he tried to make a play on it. It was a physical error, not a mental error. So we're not bashing him by no means.
No.
But one thing I'll tell you about him is he's competitive. Don't be surprised if he puts a drive into this ball. And the thing about him is he can hit a ball out of the yard just like anybody else in that dugout. He hit a few out for the Gillis Black Bears last summer.
1-1 now on Mensch. Jenkins working quickly, breaking ball, barrels one, short hopped. Play made by Keyshaw, but Mensch running down that line, beats out the throw. Infield single. Keyshaw made a nice play initially. Just seemed slow to get the ball out of his glove and over to first base. Here's another look.
Yeah, I don't think he had a great grip on it. He just kind of tried to release it and get it across the field.
So with 2 outs, Mensch represents the go-ahead run as Spencer Scott is up at the plate. 1 for 3 today with a single in the first inning. He's flied out to right field and to center his last 2 times up. Swings through one there, 0-1. Pilots trying to even this series up after losing game 1 3-1 yesterday. Scott fouls it off into the glove of Campagna, so 0-2. Good eye by the freshman. No chase on the high fastball, 1-2. The overcast skies continue here at Joe Etzel Field. 62 degrees. And the winds have picked up, Corey, to 7 miles an hour. You can see it at the flag out in center field. Breaking ball hit up the middle. Keyshaw will field it behind the bag at second. The flip over to Nell at second in time to get Mensch. No runs come in for the Pilots. We head to the 9th, 3-all. It's the bottom of the order. Campagna, Grime, and then Darius Foster at the top of the order for the Dons when we return on the WCC Network. Joe Etzel Field, top of the 9th inning. Peter Allegro back on the mound for Portland. Michael Campagna, 0 for 3 today, steps to the batter's box. First pitch he sees, fouls it off to our right out of play, 0-1. Campagna popped out to Sam Brown. over at first base, grounded out to Spencer Scott over at third, and then he also grounded out to Ty Saunders at short in his last at-bat in the 7th inning. High pitch from Allegro. Slipped out of his hand, 1-1. Campagna fouls one off the backstop. And in a rare moment, it ricocheted off the top of the padding and over the net.
It's the second time today you've used the word ricochet.
It did.
Yesterday you used it twice too.
Here's a pop-up. Allegro calling everybody off. Now Sam Brown calling off the pitcher and making out one away. Are you keeping tallies on me now?
Well, it's a big word, ricochet.
Designated hitter.
Is it a baseball? I mean, yesterday you used it twice, and I was thinking, I don't know, I've heard that in baseball. I guess you could ricochet off the fence or ricochet off the pole.
Any type of sharp movement off bouncing something, right?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please.
Such a great describer word.
Number 23.
Don't ask me to spell it, though.
I believe there's a CH in there, yeah. Jordan Vujovic, senior from Sacramento, California, transfer from Oklahoma, now stepping to the plate as a pinch hitter. It's a DH yesterday. First pitch from Allegro high. Yesterday he went 0 for 4, 2 strikeouts, a fly out, a ground out, and a sacrifice bunt to his name. Vujovic hitting .208 on the season. Turns on one foul off the fence of the dugout for San Francisco, 1-1.
Ricocheted off the fence.
Now it's on my mind. I have to think of something else.
Gonna send you what's the
Thesaurus?
Oh my goodness, I couldn't say that word.
The 1-1 popped up. Spencer Scott ranging over towards the dugout for Portland. Going back into the field, and he makes the catch. Two away, and we go back to the top of the lineup to Darius Foster. Foster is 0 for 4 today, 3 strikeouts and a fly out to Jake Holcroft in center field. Spencer Scott, the third baseman, on the infield grass with the speed of Foster at the plate. He can lay down a bunt and possibly beat it out. First pitch from Allegro, off speed, high for a ball, 1-0. Klemp unable to frame that one in the zone. 2-0 now in favor of Foster at the plate. Two outs, the 2-0. This one gets past Klemp to the backstop. 3-0 for Foster. Looking over here, you're doing getting the spelling for ricochet?
What I figured out how to spell ricochet, and we have a few words we can use instead of it. It can deflect, kick back.
4-pitch walk for Foster.
Oh, I like this one. Boomerang.
Boomerang,
It
okay.
can boomerang back.
The shortstop, number 31, Luke Keishel.
Luke Keishel now stepping to the plate. Keishel is 0 for 2 today. He was walked in the third. He was hit by a pitch back in the sixth. He also had a stolen base where he came around and scored on an RBI single by Kyle Nell. That was the first run for San Francisco coming in the 6th inning. Portland scored all 3 of their runs in the first inning. They have not really gotten anything going offensively since. So they had 4 hits in that first inning, and they've got 4 hits so far in the rest of the game. Foster Diligently taking his lead over at first, inch by inch, as Allegro gets set from the stretch. Pick-off move, Foster back in, head first. Saunders, the shortstop. Feet are in the outfield grass and left. Pataxa playing close to the bag at second in case he needs to make a play. High throw to Kiesel, 1-0.
Again, the rabbit at first base, the speed at first base, what it does, it creates pressure on the arm. You really want to attack this hitter right now, but a lot of distraction over there at first base.
Allegro getting the call on a breaking ball, 1-1. Allegro trying to get through 3 innings of work. No arms warming up in the bullpen for Portland. Allegro throws over to first to keep an eye on Foster, 1-1.
Look for him to move here. He shortened his lead.
Kiesel fouls it off out of the glove of Klemp. Now behind 1-2.
Thought he was going to go there. You know, there's a new little strip of turf out there where it's wore down, and he had shortened his lead by almost 6 to 8 inches, and I thought maybe he was going to take off.
About 7 feet off the bag now is Foster from first. The 1-2, runners going. Kiesel goes down with a strikeout. It doesn't matter. That's the 3rd out of the inning. They strand one, no runs coming to score. 3 alls. We head to the bottom of the 9th. Saunders, Klemp, and Holcroft coming to the plate for Portland on the WCC Network. Three all as we start the bottom of the 9th inning. Jonah Jenkins back on the mound for the Dons. Ty Saunders stepping to the plate for the Pilots. Brian Slyke and Corey here with your call. First pitch from Jenkins at the feet of Saunders, 1-0. Pilots trying to walk it off here in the bottom of the 9th. And get back into this series as Saunders turns on one that goes off the netting just in front of the right field berm. So 1-1. San Francisco has gotten the best of the Pilots in every series since 2014. Saunders pulls another ball that bounces off the top of the dugout fence of the Don. So 1-2. Could almost grab that one.
Good thing there's a net. I might have came in the booth here.
I'm waiting for my moment to make the barehanded grab.
I'm glad there's a net. I don't want to be responsible for that.
There's too much equipment in here.
What if I was daydreaming? I get hit in the lips.
The 1-2. Breaking ball gets Saunders down on strikes. One away to start off the ninth. Jenkins coming in, I believe his third inning of work right now. He's got 4 strikeouts as Nick Klemp comes to the plate. Klemp 1 for 4 today. 2 flyouts to the outfield, a ground ball over to second, and then he had an infield single. First pitch breaking ball he sees, goes for a ball, 1-0. Wind starting to blow out dead center. Klemp fouls it back behind home plate, startling a couple of the fans. Klemp has 12 hits on the season. All 12 hits have been singles. The 1-1. Breaking ball, ropes one into center field. Jovetic will make the catch on the run in left center. 2 away. And now coming to the plate is Jake Holcroft.
Number 4, Jake.
Well, the Pilots scored all 3 of their runs in the first inning with 2 outs. Now Holcroft attempts to keep this 9th inning going. Holcroft is 0 for 4 today. 2 strikeouts, a fly out to right field. Did reach base back in the 4th inning on a fielder's choice. Big hole on the right side of that infield. He goes opposite field, foul. 0-1. Nell, the second baseman. Feet are on the outfield grass. The first baseman, Gioso, almost on the outfield grass, directly behind the bag at first. The 0-1. Holcroft, ground ball to the right side. Nell gets down to a knee, throws it over to first. And 9 innings down, and we still have ourselves a tie ball game. We head to the 10th. Due up for San Francisco, Gioso, Demera, and Williams on the WCC Network. Peter Allegro comes out for a 4th inning of work in relief of Brett Gillis. Leading things off for the Dons is Gabe Gioso, who singled in his only at-bat against Allegro so far today. Came around to score part of that 2-run 8th inning. High fly ball into center field. Holcroft will make the catch. 1 away quickly here in the 10th. Allegro, as he begins his 4th inning of work, through 3 innings, he had 46 pitches.
Number 12, Mario Demera.
Mario Demera comes to the plate. 2 for 3 today. A walk, a single, and an RBI triple in the 8th. That brought the Dons back within 1. He later came around to score as the tying run. The 1-0. No call from Wilson. 2-0. Well, now that these later innings have gone by, Corey, a low pitch, no call, 3-0, but seems like all the life and momentum is on San Francisco's side, and their dugout, you're hearing some more chirps from them. Meanwhile, for Portland, an explosive first inning, but relatively quiet since then, unable to get multiple hits in an inning to get any offense going, as Allegro missing low and a 4-pitch walk.
Can't see up and down here, but those are right down Broad Street, so probably low.
As Harris Williams now comes to the plate. Had the RBI single in the 8th inning to tie this game up. Before that, he was 0 for 3 with a strikeout, a groundout, and a flyout. Spencer Scott playing in at third, almost on the infield grass. First pitch, called a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Allegro. No call on that one either. Off the plate, Clem unable to fold it into the zone. 1-1. The 1-1. Fly ball into left field. Briley Knight calling off everybody, who will make the catch over his left shoulder. 2 gone here in the top of the 10th, and that'll bring up Kyle Nell. Nell today
Number 4, Kyle Nell.
is 1 for 3, strikeout, a double play, had an RBI single in the 6th. That was the first run for San Francisco, and then he walked back in the 8th inning and was left stranded on second. Ground ball pulled foul down the third baseline. Nobody able to get to it for a strike. 0-1. Outfield playing deep, specifically mention right. Allegro delivering a strike, now ahead in the count, 0-2 on Nell. Allegro trying to go 4 strong. The 0-2, runners going. Foul ball off to our right, out of play. We'll go back to the 0-2. Well, the Pilot men's basketball team taking place in the quarterfinal of the Basketball Classic, currently trailing by 12 to Southern Utah. Another foul ball off to our right, out of play, 0-2 again.
Almost hit a white Tacoma. Fortunately, mine's parked over there.
I was going to say, you drive a white Tacoma.
Hopefully no one's joyriding my Tacoma because it almost got hit.
Here's the 0-2. And that one gets through the legs of Klemp. He's going back to the backstop, and Sam Brown telling Klemp to hold on to it and just eat it, and the inning continues for San Francisco. Unfortunate for Portland as Nick Jovetic comes to the plate. 1 for 3 today, 2 strikeouts in his last 2 at-bats in the 6th and the 8th inning. Did have a single back in the 5th, was left stranded at third, and he did walk in the 2nd inning.
Yeah, again, this a so what moment. I mean, it's obviously disappointing for everybody that it went through his legs, but at the end of the day, you got to get this hitter out.
Another pitch in the dirt, and Clem blocking that one. Both runners stay put.
Just like we talked about in the Open, every single West Coast League game is like this. It's always a competitive battle on the mound and late in games.
The 1-0. Jovetic swings through it. Evens the count at 1-1. Allegro getting set from the stretch, first base side of the rubber. Looks back at Demera, the runner at second, comes home with it. Klemp gave a look back at the home plate umpire, wondering why there wasn't a call on that one. Goes for a ball, 2-1. Sounds like some of the fans are getting restless as well with this strike zone. Trust your defense, keep it low. Get a ground ball for Allegro. The back pick, and oh my goodness, caught the helmet of Demera. Demera seems just fine on the bag at second. Campagna is on deck. Jovetic, a base hit could give the Dons the lead, the 2-1. Ground ball to the right side. Pataxel on the ground the entire way. The easy throw over to first. That strands 2 runners on for the Dons. No runs come in to score. We head to the bottom of the 10th. Coming to the plate for the Pilots, Pataxel, Brown, and Knight when we return. New pitcher on the mound for San Francisco as we start the bottom of the 10th inning. Lance Santier, a left-hander, freshman from Gridley, California. Transfers from San Joaquin Delta College. Santier on the season with a 5.85 ERA, 1-1 record in 10 appearances so far. Does have 1 save, 20 innings of work, 13 earned runs, 19 strikeouts to just 12 walks. For him, starting to run out of scorebook as we get into these later innings. In fact, on the scoreboard, it only goes to 10. As you hear some of the fans stomping their feet, making some noise for Pataxel up at the plate. Santier's first pitch is a strike as Pataxel showed bunt late but pulled it back 0-1.
Everybody in the ballpark's getting treated to a really great game this afternoon.
Free baseball at this point. Big hole on the right side of that infield. That pitch away from Pataxel and high, 1-1. Pataxel waits, the 1-1. Inside breaking ball for a ball, 2-1. Here's the 2-1. Pataxel out of play to our right. 2-2 count now. Sophomore from Renton, Washington is 1 for 4 today. His one hit came all the way back in the first inning. Breaking ball. Just missing that one into the netting behind home plate, 2-2. Santier getting set up on the third base side of the rubber. The 2-2. Pataxel got jammed inside. It's a chopper. Santier fields it himself and gets it over to Gioso. One away to start off the 10th for Portland. Sam Brown will come to the plate. Brown today is 1 for 4. Singled and came around to score in the first. Grounded out to first, fly out into left field, and then he grounded out to the second baseman, Nell, in his last at-bat in the 7th inning.
First baseman, number 2, Sam Brown.
Nell, the second baseman, standing in shallow right field. The first baseman, Gioso, almost on the outfield grass as well, behind the bag at first. Keachel, the shortstop, inching towards second. The wind picking up in the center, right center field. The 1-0. Brown gets jammed inside and he fouled it off of himself right to the ground. And he needs to walk that one off.
That hurts.
Yeah. And he even has the protector on. Let's see where it actually got him. And the inside of the foot. There's no protection for that. Brown just needs a couple more seconds to compose himself before stepping back into the batter's box. Freshman All-American last season. He's batting .261 coming into today. Another inside pitch that goes down the third baseline and foul. 1-2.
Sam's due today. I don't know that. What did you say he was? Was he 0 for 4 today?
He's 1 for 4.
1 for 4. 1 for 4. That's right. Early in the game, you got the first knock.
Yep. Single in the first inning. Pilots have been relatively quiet since that first inning. Here's a shot over to second. Nell makes the play in shallow right field, and the throw over to first beats Brown, 2 away. And now coming to the plate is Briley Knight, who is 0 for 2 today. 2 strikeouts looking. He was hit by a pitch. He walked on, came around to score back in the first inning. He was also caught stealing back in the 5th.
Yeah, his last at-bat was an epic at-bat. It was like 10 or 12 pitches, and he ended up getting hit in the hand.
First pitch, breaking ball, falls into the zone, 0-1. Scoro's on deck. Breaking ball that stayed inside, 1-1. High for a ball, 2-1 now. Knight trying to keep the inning going for Portland with Gabe Scoro on deck, who's had a good eye for the baseball up at the plate today. The 2-1. Check swing from Knight. They appeal down, or no need to appeal. The home plate umpire Wilson calling a strike. It's 2-2.
Well, if you're going to pick a guy in the dugout that's had a lot of big at-bats in his life, this is a young man that has, obviously playing for the Corvallis Knights and playing for the Pilots, and he's had some big at-bats.
Pulled foul. Coach Lopez unable to barehand it in the first base coach's box, so back to the 2-2. Two again on Knight. And the slider got him. 3 up and 3 down. As we head to the 11th. Due up for San Francisco, the bottom of the order, Campagna. Then we'll have a pinch hitter, and then Darius Foster coming to the plate. Well, Peter Allegro back out on the mound for Portland. As we start the 11th inning, they've wiped the scoreboard clear, so it only goes up to 10 innings. Campagna 0 for 4 today. First pitch from Allegro off speed for a ball, 1-0. Campagna has popped out twice to Sam Brown over at first base, and then he's pulled the ball twice. Once to Scott at third, and the other time to Saunders at short. The 1-0. This one popped up again. Could be a third play for Sam Brown. And he makes the catch over by the bag at first. So one out here in the 11th.
Designated hitter number 23, Jordan Vujovic.
Jordan Vujovic came in to pinch hit for Brandon Grime, the DH, who was 0 for 3 earlier in the day. Vujovic popped out to Spencer Scott in front of the Pilot dugout, his only at-bat back in the 9th. Allegro with the strike on the backside of the plate, 0-1. Vujovic, 15 hits in 73 at-bats this season, good for a .205 average. Does have pop in that bat. He's driven 4 balls over the fence. Staying off the high fastball, 1-1. The 1-1 from Allegro. Popped up, and it's going to go out of play behind us, 1-2. Infield playing at a normal depth, although Saunders closer to the bag at second. The shortstop, Klemp, tried to frame it inside for a strike. No call, 2-2. Foster, Keyshaw, and Gioso are the next 3 batters up for San Francisco. Vujovic trying to be the first runner on for San Francisco in this inning. Instead, he finds himself with a one-way trip back to the dugout with a strikeout, and now 2 away as we go back to the top of the lineup. Darius Foster now coming to the plate, 0 for 4 with a walk, 3 strikeouts and a fly ball to Holcroft in center field. His most recent at-bat was a walk in the 9th.
It's a great pitch by Allegro to punch that guy out. Inner half, just right below the belt.
Foster squares to bunt, slider drops out of the zone, 1-0. Scott playing in at third on the infield grass. Wind has died down. It was 7 miles per hour momentarily, blowing straight out to center. Foster fouls one off, gets to the backstop, evens the count, 1-1. San Francisco, if they get the win today, will move above 500 in conference play. Meanwhile, for Portland, they would fall below 500 at 2-3. The 1-1. Foster gets one off the end of the bat. Out to our left, 1-2. Neither team really giving an inch here in the later innings. Tough pitching from Allegro outside of a couple of plays that got away from him. Fly ball out in the left field. Briley Knight drifting back, makes the catch, and a 1-2-3 inning for San Francisco in the 11th. They head to the bottom of the 11th. For Portland, Scoro, Mensch, and Scott coming to the plate when we return. Bottom of the 11th inning here at Joe Etzel Field. Brian Slight, Corey Kier with your call. 3-all ball game as Lance Santier back on the mound. The lefty going up against Gabe Scoro. First pitch strike. Scoro's 2 for 4 today. Started out hot with a 2 RBI single in the first, had a double in the third. Then he flew out back in the 5th and he struck out in the 8th inning. Check swing. Ball is in the zone for a strike anyways, 0-2. Gartrell now up on the mound in the bullpen for Portland. Scoro, fly ball into right field. Harris Williams near the warning track and will make the catch. He was playing pretty deep to start off. So he really did not have to make much of a move or an effort to get that ball. F9 in the scorebook as Henry Mensch coming to the plate. Mensch is 1 for 1. He replaced Evan Scavato back in the 8th inning. At the plate. Had a single, was left stranded. First pitch he sees near the dirt, 1-0. Defense playing back for the Dons. The 1-0. Mensch, fly ball down the right field line, goes foul past the right field berm. Seem to avoid some cars down there. So 1-1 on Mensch. Strike 2 called on Mensch at the knees, bottom of the zone, 1-2. The Pilots scored all 3 of their runs back in the first inning. And Santier, another filthy breaking ball for a strikeout. 2 away quickly for Portland. Spencer Scott steps to the dish. 1 for 4 today, a single in the first. 2 separate flyouts to right field and center. And then a fielder's choice back in the 8th. First pitch to Scott, called a strike. 0-1 to start off this at-bat. Scott batting .310. Looking for his 10th hit of the season. Lays off one that's in the dirt, 1-1. I don't see an arm up in the San Francisco bullpen right now. Spencer Scott fouls it off the catcher. Campagna's fine. Gartrell done warming up right now, just waiting for the next inning to start.
Allegro's still moving around in the dugout like he's still involved.
Allegro's at 72 pitches through 5 innings of work. 3 hits and 2 earned runs. The 1-2. Breaking ball that stayed outside, 2-2. The 2-2. Scott just got enough of it, and Campagna needs a moment to compose himself. Took a foul ball, and home plate umpire Garrett Wilson giving a new ball to the pitcher, Santier. Campagna seems to be okay now, though. Here's another look at that last one. And got him up in the shoulder area.
Up underneath that mask.
Yep. So back to the 2-2 with Scott at the plate. Rips it, one hopper over to Kershaw, or Keishel, excuse me. And they get Scott. A 1-2-3 11th inning. We head to the 12th. It's Keishel, Gioso, and Tamara when we return. Keishel's day is done after 5 innings of work, giving up 3 hits and 2 earned runs. It's now Joey Gartrell's turn. 5.52 ERA, 1-0 on the season, making his 10th appearance, 14 2/3 innings underneath his belt, 9 earned runs, 11 strikeouts to 9 walks, so about 1-1, something to keep an eye on. As Keischel takes a first pitch ball, 1-0. Defense playing to pull side. Keischel fouls it off behind home plate, ends up in the street. It's 1-1. Top of the 12th inning. Keischel takes strike 2, bottom of the zone, inside part of the plate, 1-2. This is a tough part of the order. 2, 3, and 4 for the Dons coming to the plate. After Keischel, the next 5 batters all have at least 1 hit. Keischel gets himself back even, 2-2. Keischel fights off the close pitch, 2-2. Keischel, high fly ball out into right field. Mensch taking a few steps back. Now he comes in a step or 2, makes the catch. And 1 out to start this 12th inning.
Number 22, Gabe Gioso.
Gabe Gioso to the plate.
You didn't know this morning you were going to do a day-night doubleheader.
No, I did not. I didn't pack enough snacks for this.
And you do get a little hangry.
I do. Yeah, we have to relive that again back in Ridgefield. That pitch was low for a ball. 1-0 to start off Gioso.
I think that finished, what, the 16th inning?
Yeah, 16th or 15th inning, one of those two. It's a game that just would not end. Gioso taking strike 1. Now it's 1-1.
I thought you were going to chew your arm off in the 13th inning and we played 3 more innings.
Hear the stomach grumbling on the air. Sense a shift in the tone. As that ball missing low, now 2-1, Gioso ahead in the count. Roped into left field, and Briley Knight, quick reaction, taking a few steps in and to his right, able to get to that line drive out in the left field. But with a fly out, 2 away.
Briley played that very well for a ball that was, I mean, it was hooked. It was line drive hooked, and his first reaction was open to the gap, but then got his feet right and made a nice catch.
Mario Demera. 2 for 3 today and make it 3 for 4 with a 2-out single back up the middle. So life still going for the Dons as Harris Williams comes to the plate.
Harris Williams III.
Williams III is 1 for 5 today with a single that brought in a run that tied this game up at 3 back in the 8th inning. Otherwise, 2 flyouts, a strikeout, and a groundout as Gartrell missing in the right-handed batter's box to the left-handed bat of Williams. It's 1-0. Williams is hitting .260 on the season now. He's batting .179 with 2 outs up on the scoreboard, though. And hooks it into right field. Demera's going to third, and now there's runners on the corners for the Dons. This is the closest anybody's been to scoring since the 8th inning. And now Kyle Nell comes to the plate. with a runner 90 feet away from scoring.
Again, in my opinion, the so what moment, really, you got to get the hitter here. Got to focus on the hitter. You're not worried about the runners. You're not going to have any shenanigans that the runners might do. You know, a lot of times coaches will run a first and third here play to try to get you to throw it away or whatever, but you just got to focus on getting the hitter out.
Now 1 for 4 today with 2 strikeouts as he takes a strike right there. Also grounded out into a double play back in the 4th inning. Singled in a run in the 6th. That was the first run for San Francisco, and walked in the 8th inning. His most recent at-bat was a strikeout, but he reached first as the ball got away from the catcher. The 0-1. Runner's going for second. Klemp fakes the throw. And Williams will easily take the bag at second.
Almost feel like that might have been a strike if he stays in there. It's a pretty good pitch. Did he call a strike?
He called a strike. It's 0-2.
I thought he called a ball on it good.
Right now, Gartrell just need to focus on this hitter with 2 strikes and 2 outs. The 0-2. And Nell fights off the high fastball to stay alive, 0-2.
I hear a mom down below hollering out to Gartrell, don't worry about the runner at second base. That's some good advice. Mom knows her stuff down there. He doesn't matter. The guy that matters is number 4 here at the plate.
Wind is now picked up, blowing straight out into center field. The 0-2 spikes it. Klemp able to get his chest in front of it, bounces it back to the pitcher. Keep the ball in front of him, 1-2.
Again, you can't get fooled by any shenanigans. You know, guys at third base trying to give the little deke or like they're going to try to steal home or whatever. You just calm the pitcher against your hitter.
7-mile-per-hour winds right now. Runners on second and third. Gartrell comes home with it. Nell, chopper over to short to Ty Saunders. This should be routine for him, and he gets it. And the Pilots stay alive here. As they strand 2 runners on base, no runs come in to score. We head to the bottom of the 12th. 3-all. 2 up, bottom of the order, Saunders, and then up to the top to Klemp and Holcroft when we return. Bottom of the 12th inning, 3-all as Ty Saunders comes to the plate for Portland. Saunders is looking for his first hit of the day. Flew out twice to right field to start off the day. Then a pop out to the first baseman. He struck out in his latest at-bat back in the 9th inning. Campagna unable to frame it back in the zone. 1-0 to start off Saunders. No changes defensively for the Dons. Foster, Jovetic, and Williams the outfield. Demera, Keishal, Nell, and Gioso. So that one spiked into Saunders, now ahead in the count 2-0. Campagna still behind the plate.
Pilots just need to get someone on base, and that once that happens, the energy level is going to go big in this park, and they're going to get what they need. Incredible battle here today, both teams.
Infield playing back except for the third baseman, DeMera. He's about even with the bag at third. Inside breaking ball at the feet, 3-0. Pilots looking to get the leadoff man aboard. They have not had anybody on base since the 8th inning. Strike called on Saunders on a ball that looked about 3 or 4 balls off the plate. So 3-1 now. Saunders taking strike 2, just below the belt, inner half of the plate. Full count, 3-2. Slightly open stance for Saunders. Ground ball to the left side, into left field. The first hit for the Pilots since the 8th inning, and the leadoff man is aboard.
Coming to the plate, a man that can really bunt pretty well. Coach Loomis's second look at it just rips one by the shortstop, and really the baseball gods got him, because I thought he walked on the pitch, 2 pitches earlier. But one thing about Klemp is he can really handle the bat with the bunt. I would be surprised if Loomis didn't use it here, only because we've seen Klemp do it numerous times.
DeMera, the third baseman, staying back. Now Klemp squares to bunt. Good call, Corey.
Yeah, I can honestly say that, and I don't know this for sure, but I feel like he's probably the most trusted bunter in the lineup. He's used in that situation every time. And he runs dang well.
Yes, he does.
We talked about that. I mean, he could bunt for a base hit here, but right now they just need a sacrifice and a knock.
The lefty on the mound, if you can get it down the first baseline, he might be able to get both. Fouled it off the catcher's foot. So strike on Klemp, 1-1, and Campagna having a rough couple innings here in the 11th and the 12th as he took a foul ball off the shoulder in the last time the Pilots were up at the plate, and now he takes one off the foot.
Doesn't even have to be a great bunt, just has to be one that gets down, that advances Saunders to second base.
DeMera now on the infield grass over at third. Middle infielders playing at double play depth. Klemp pulls back the ball or the bat on a fastball that's in the left-handed batter's box. 2-1. Klemp squaring to bunt again. The 2-1 count. Good eye up at the plate, pulling it back on the fastball that seemed close enough to the plate to get a strike call, but goes for a ball, 3-1. Still squaring to bunt. Pulls it back, slaps it over to first. Gioso comes off the bag, fields it. And they get the leadoff man over at second on the fielder's choice. And so nothing really got done on that last play as Klemp moves over to first. And Holcroft will now come to the plate, who's looking for his first hit of the day. Corey, you seemed disheartened on that last one.
I'd like to see him bunt there and just get that runner to second base. I mean, it's a great attempt. He did that yesterday. It hopped over the first baseman's head. Today it didn't.
Breaking ball far side of the plate for a strike on Holcroft. It's 0-1. Pilots need some magic here in the 12th. Holcroft, no chase, 1-1. Double play depth for the middle infielders. Gioso keeping an eye on the runner in Klemp at first. Santier whips one over to first. Klemp back safely. Still only one out here, bottom of the 12th inning. Holcroft is 0 for 5 today, looking for his first hit. He wanted it, didn't pull the trigger, and he's rewarded with a ball, 2-1. The 2-1. Holcroft got a strike on the inner half of the plate just above the knees, 2-2. Holcroft lays off another breaking ball that's low and away. And Santier is just trying to hammer the outside part of the plate against Holcroft. Full count, 3-2.
Yeah, I imagine he'll get that breaking ball again. I mean, Holcroft has got a steady dose of breaking balls away in this series versus the Doms.
Full count. Holcroft got a barrel on it, sends it out in the left field. Darius Foster, though, will make the easy catch, and 2 away. Holcroft retired. Ben Pataxel coming to the plate. He is 1 for 5 today. His lone hit came all the way back in that first inning at around 1:15 p.m.
Yep.
As we roll into 4:40 p.m. here at Joe Etzel Field. Pataxel taking a strike on the first pitch. Falls behind, 0-1. Pirates have not had much luck ever since Weston Lombard left the game. He was the starting pitcher for the Dons, who gave up all 3 of those earned runs, and ground ball back up the middle off the mound. Klemp rounds second. So Pataxel keeps the inning going for Portland. Klemp moves up to second. And Sam Brown will come to the plate today. He is 1 for 4. 2 ground outs to second in his last 2 at-bats. Fly ball into left field, and he grounded out to Gioso, the first baseman, his last time up. And you got a good look at that last at-bat by Pataxel.
Yeah, you execute that bunt early in the inning. You got a guy in second base. Good chance that's the scoring, the tying run. Now, I will tell you the outfielder would have been playing close, and maybe it wouldn't have been, but that's what you're hoping for, is get a guy in second base and hit a ball to the outfield.
The right side of the infield playing back, Nell, who made a nice play in shallow right field the last time Brown was up at the plate. Back in that position again in shallow right. You see him on the right side of your screen. Keishel, the shortstop, close to the runner at second, and Klemp. Big hole on the left side for Brown. The 1-0. Fastball that seemed to be in the sweet spot for Brown, but no trigger pulled, 1-1. Now Brown doesn't have to pull the ball. We've seen him hit opposite field before throughout this season. Can't spray it to all fields. The infield playing back on the right side. Strike called at the knees, far side of the plate. 1-2 now on Brown. The 1-2, 2 outs, runners on first and second. The breaking ball just off the plate. Campagna couldn't get it back into the zone. No call from the home plate umpire. Evens the count at 2-2 on Brown. You really hear some of these fans now giving it to Garrett Wilson, the home plate umpire. Two for Brown. Santier trying to get out of this mini jam here in the bottom of the 12th. Brown, ground ball to the right side. Nell charging it, glove side, flips it up with his glove and gets it to Gioso in time. Pilots strand 2, no runs come in to score. We head to the 13th inning. Coming to the plate, Jovetic, Campagna, and Vujovic when we return. Joey Gartrell coming out for another inning of work for the Pilots. He's going up against the center fielder, Nick Jovetic. Jovetic today is 1 for 4 in 5 trips to the plate. He walked back in the second inning, singled in the 5th, was left stranded at 3rd, and since then, 2 strikeouts and a ground out to Pataxel at 2nd. Fly ball that's going to go foul out of play to our left. And Jovetic evens the count at 1-1. Jovetic sends a ball into left field, tailing away from Knight, and a foul ball. We couldn't see it. It was in the corner, went behind the hitting facility from our viewpoint, and Gartrell and the Pilots fortunate there as that one landed in foul territory. Could have been a double. Now it's 1-2.
Third base umpire had a great view on it. He was running down the line, had a great look at it.
Winds back up to 7 miles per hour, now blowing towards left center field. That ball from Jovetic was carrying down the left field line. The 1-2. Gartrell couldn't get all the way there. 2-2. Campagna is on deck. Here's the 2-2. Ground ball to Pataxel. 2-hopper gets it on the low hop. One away to start off the 13th. Well, I'm just running out of room on my scorebook. Writing in on certain spaces that are meant for at-bats, runs, and hits. Tally up at the end. Now we're in the 13th inning with 1 out.
Number 7, Christian Stapleton.
And we have a pinch hitter as Campagna's day is going to be done. Number 7, Christian Stapleton, redshirt junior from Pebble Beach, California, steps to the plate for his first at-bat of this series.
The longest one I've ever been involved in was this summer. We went to the Calais Black Bears went to Walla Walla and played a 3-game series, and then the third game of the series, of course, the night you're on your way home.
Yeah, you're supposed to head home.
You're supposed to head home. We played 17 innings, and I can't even tell you the relief it was to win that ball game. And I think the head coach had ordered pizzas, for little small mini pizzas for the kids for the 9th inning.
Fly ball down the left field line that goes out of play, back to the 0-2.
For the bus ride home, and 3 hours later they got
all cold.
They got their cold pizza.
Now there's been a lot of noise around the MLB and supplying that runner at second in the extra innings. What do you think about that rule, Corey?
I mean, I kind of like it only to say pitching. I mean, both clubs are going to blow their complete. I mean, their bullpen's completely blown for the game tomorrow, and just for the game. But I will tell you, if you've been involved in a long one, it's one you'll never forget. You know.
High pitch from Gartrell, almost catching Stapleton up in the head. 2-2.
I mean, and the crazy thing is how important this game is. I mean, it's 13 innings in, and this game is a huge game. At the end of the year, we'll be talking, and this game, if it goes the Pilot's way or it goes the Dom's way, is going to be probably a deciding factor for someone.
Yeah, you're right. Stapleton fouling off another one. Back to the 2-2. Yeah, I mean, you think about where Portland ended last season. They were a game out of getting into 4th place. Now, in a normal season, you make your postseason tournament, your one-game elimination. But last year, they finished 1 game out of that 4th spot, and Gartrell gets the strikeout on Stapleton, 2 away.
Great experience for Gartrell here, too, to be pitching in a big game late in the game. I know when he woke up this morning, he probably didn't think he'd be on the mound at the end towards the end of a game like this.
Vujovic steps to the plate. Senior from Sacramento, California, taking his 3rd at-bat of the day. He's 0 for 2 so far. Popped out to Spencer Scott back in the 9th. And then he struck out back in the 11th inning. The 1-0. Popped up, out of play. 1-1. They're going to have to start turning on the stadium lights soon.
I said day-night doubleheader.
Pilot faithful still in the stands, watching till the end. Vujovic swings through a fastball from Gartrell, now behind 1-2. The 1-2, 2 outs. Vujovic fights off another pitch. Stays alive. Well, this is only the 3rd arm for Portland today.
Yeah, just been impeccable. I mean, Ellison and
Gillis and Allegro.
Gillis and Allegro, yeah. And then, again, this young man coming out here as a freshman.
11 innings between Gillis and Allegro. Gillis went 6, Allegro went 5. Couple plays just didn't go Portland's way. San Francisco able to tie it up, the 2-2. Vujovic, fly ball into center field. Holcroft took his drop step. And he makes the catch in center field. 3 up and 3 down for Gartrell. In this 13th inning, we head to the bottom of the 13th. Coming to the plate, it's Knight, Scoro, and Mensch. Welcome back to Joe Etzel Field. Bottom of the 13th inning. Briley Knight takes a first pitch high and inside for a ball, 1-0. Lance Santier comes out for another inning of work on the mound. There was a defensive change for San Francisco as Michael Campagna was pinch hit for. Lane Oliphant is now the catcher behind the plate for the Dons. Otherwise, no defensive changes. Foster, Jovetic, and Williams in the outfield. Demera, Kiesel, Nell, and Gioso, the infield for San Francisco. 2-0 on Knight. Fouls off an inside pitch. 2-1 now for Knight.
And one thing I'd like to say is just thank every baseball coach's wife out there right now, because you know what happened. Probably one of our coaches' wives are at home excited about a family evening, and now we're in the 13th. And that happens. You know, one thing about baseball, there's no clock. There's no ending to the game until the final out is played. And I've been on that wife at home going out with the family, and you're in the 13th going, oh, man, I'm going to be in trouble when I get home. So
got to send a warning text.
Exactly.
The 3-1. Knight gets on with a leadoff walk.
So if Miss Loomis or Lambert or
Valentine,
if you're out there listening right now, they're trying to get out of here.
Gabe Squirrel comes to the plate. He's really had a good day at the plate, despite not getting a hit in his last 3 at-bats. He's made good contact with the ball. Does have 2 hits, a double and a 2 RBI single that came all the way back in the first inning.
And another pilot that can bunt really well, and as you can see, he's going to bunt here.
Scoro dropping down to a knee, pulls back the bat on a ball, 1-0. Now, Knight has been caught stealing twice in this series so far. 2 stolen bases on the season. Does have some speed. Scoro squaring to bunt. Demera coming in from third. Scoro puts down the bunt in foul territory. Oliphant popped out of his stance behind the plate and touching it in foul territory for the strike, 1-1. I will say, Corey, this was bound to happen time-wise for this Pilots club as Scoro squares to bunt again, pulls it back last second for a ball, 2-1. You know, a lot of these games have been moving relatively quickly for Portland. In fact, last Saturday's game against BYU, they went a whole 9 innings in only 2 hours and 5 minutes. Most of these games are around 3 hours, sub 3 hours, but now we're closing in on finishing hour number 4. 2 minutes away from 5 o'clock. First pitch was at 1 o'clock today. The 2-1, Scoro squaring to bunt again. Got a ball he wanted down the first baseline. Gioso feels it himself. The lefty throws over to the second baseman, Nell, who was covering the bag. And now the runner is in scoring position after the sac bunt. 1 away.
Very nice bunt by Mr. Scoro. And here we're going to have a pinch hitter here.
Trace Tamaro will come to the plate. He's going to hit for Henry Mensch. Tamaro is a player with a lot of pop in his bat. Has not played today at all. Yesterday he was the DH and he went 0 for 2 after being hit by a pitch, and he also walked. So patient hitter at the plate. Also somebody who can end this in one swing.
Yes, he can. We talked about the skipper's feel for pinch hitting. I don't remember if you remember what I said yesterday about it, but
as time is called, Oliphant going to the mound.
I'd said that he usually has a pretty darn good feel of when it's time to do it. So I have a feeling that they might walk him here. They're definitely going to talk this out.
There is an arm in the bullpen for San Francisco.
You have left on left. If you walk him, you put the double play in order.
Sam Beck is the pitcher warming up for San Francisco. 18 innings of work, 10 earned runs, and a sub-5 ERA. As Oliphant, the catcher that just came into the game, gets back behind the plate.
And they did exactly what I thought they'd do, which is walk Tamero.
Intentional walk. Pilot fans don't want to see it. But that opens up an opportunity for Spencer Scott to become the hero.
Oh, I think Coach is going to make more moves here.
As number 25, Ethan Smith, will come in and run the bases for Trace Tamero. Poor man didn't even get a swing up at the plate. Came in, intentionally walked, and now he's being pinch run for.
Ethan Smith.
As Smith has a smile on his face after PA mispronouncing the name. Mixing up Spencer Scott at the plate and Ethan Smith at first base. First pitch to Scott. It's a ball high and away, 1-0.
Yeah, you take that risk when the base is open, when you pinch hit. You know, you think, well, what if you run Mulcair up there as the pinch hitter and then they walk Mulcair and then you could have, but the difference is he's not an outfielder and those three guys are outfielders, so that's the strategy behind that.
The 1-0. No call on the breaking ball, 2-0.
That breaking ball looked a little high to me. It was actually probably a good thing he didn't swing at it because I think it might have went a long ways.
And I think we're having a change out in the left field, a defensive change. Number 36 is going into the game. That's Zach Freeman. He will be taking over for Darius Foster in the left.
Now, the reason they're making this move is they're doing it for arm reasons. Is the young man that they're pulling out. I watched him throw early in the game. He's a great athlete, but the other guy has a bigger arm, and so what they're hoping for is if they do get a ball hit to left field, that he has a chance to throw him out at the plate.
So here's the 2-0 to Scott. Low and inside. It's now 3-0, and the Pilots are a ball away from loading up the bases. Freeman, just a freshman from Los Angeles, California. Although graduated from IMG Academy.
Yeah, you're the man right here. Here we go.
The 3-0. A 4-pitch walk. Bases are now loaded. As Ty Saunders comes to the plate, and now Coach Loomis going to take a timeout, bring everybody that's on base over to him, and San Francisco will take an opportunity to have a meeting on the mound. We're going to take a break here at Joe Edsel Field, bottom of the 13th inning. 3-all. Pilots have the bases loaded with only one out on the WCC Network.
Sam Beck.
Sam Beck is the new man on the mound for San Francisco. He's making his 8th appearance. Normally a starter, he's made 5 starts this season, a 1-2 record with a 4.91 ERA through 18 and a third innings of work, 10 earned runs, 15 strikeouts to only 9 walks. And Corey, what do you think Coach Loomis was talking to his guys about as he got the 3 pilots that are on the bases over to him to talk some strategy while they made a pitching change?
First and foremost, remind the guys that are behind the winning run to not get picked off. Make sure there's no funky pick plays. The second thing is to read the ball down and make sure we're freezing on line drives, because what you don't want is a 2-ball line drive here.
First pitch to Saunders, missing off the plate in the right-handed batter's box, 1-0.
Yeah, a lot of times you'll tell your runners just to stay super close to the base because you don't want those backside guys to do anything that could jeopardize.
Knight is on third, Smith is on second, Scott is on first for Portland. The 1-0, Saunders fouls it off into the netting. To the left of home plate, 1-1. Tamara, the third baseman, playing on the infield grass. Same with the first baseman, Gioso. Again, there's only 1 out, a force at any base.
Coach Loomis popping out with some signals. I don't know that he would safety squeeze or squeeze with the bases loaded, but still gave some signals.
Here's the 1-1. Saunders pops up. Unfortunate for Portland. And Tamara makes the play on the infield, and now 2 away. After the pop-up from Saunders, you go to the top of the lineup to Nick Klemp. Klemp can be a hero. Bases loaded, Knight again on third. Ethan Smith is on second. Spencer Scott is on first. All 3 reached base via the walk. First pitch to Klemp, off speed, about belt high, inner part of the plate, 0-1. Klemp is 1 for 6 today. His lone hit came in the 4th. He did reach base back in the 12th on a fielder's choice, the 0-1. Slider that gets away from the pitcher Beck, 1-1. Klemp with a base hit wins it for the Pilots. Bottom of the 13th inning. This is the best opportunity the Pilots have had since the first inning to get a run. Ground ball.
Could be trouble.
This could be trouble. Charging it. And Keishel gets the throw, beats Klemp over at first. Beck slapping his glove, gets out of the inning without giving up a run. And we head to the 14th inning, 3-all. Top of the order. It'll be Freeman, Keishel, and Gioso when we return on the WCC Network. We're back here, top of the 14th inning. Joey Gartrell back on the mound. And up at the plate is Zach Freeman. First pitch he sees, puts it into center field, and that one's going to drop right in front of Holcroft. Freeman gets only his 3rd hit of the season on the first pitch that he saw from Joey Gartrell.
Shortstop, number 31, Luke Keishel.
Luke Keishel now up at the plate. Keishel 0 for 4 with a walk, and he was hit by a pitch. He did score a run back in the 6th with a stolen base. Gartrell fakes the throw over to first. No call, 1-0. Start off Keishel. One change defensively for Portland. That's out in right field as Henry Mensch was pinch hit for by Trace Tamero. Then he was pinch run for by Ethan Smith. So Ethan Smith is now in right field. He's the 3rd right fielder of the day for Portland. Started out with Evan Scavato out in right field, and then he was replaced by Henry Mensch. The 1-0. Keishel, ground ball over to Ty Saunders. This could be a 2-ball. Pataxel, the relay throw, not in time. Keishel was flying down the line. So they do get the lead man out, but Keishel just too quick.
Yeah, I told you earlier in the game he's running 4-0s and 4-1s, and you know, a good double play turn, a good double play turns 4-3. There's really no chance to get the backside rabbit in that situation.
You get a good look at it right there. So 1 away here in the top of the 14th inning. Keishel is a threat to steal, though. Have to remember that as Gartrell fakes a throw over to first.
Yeah, I imagine he'll probably go early, too. He's not going to monkey around.
Yesterday, he tried to go early on first movement. Portland caught him still trying to get to second. First pitch strike to Gioso, 0-1.
Yeah, on a great exchange by Sam in that situation, yeah.
The 0-1. In the dirt, Klemp stopping it with his body. Runner stays put. The 1-1 count. 1 out, run around first, top of the 14th inning, and a 3-3 ball game. Gartrell missing there. It's 2-1. Keishel had a big secondary there, but goes back. Now 3-1.
Really want the hitter to swing in this situation. I'd be begging for him to be greedy right now.
Gartrell throws over to first. Keishel back head first. Three runs on 9 hits for San Francisco. For Portland, 3 runs on 10 hits. They scored those 3 runs in the first inning off of 4 hits. Runners going for second, and it's ball 4 anyways. Gioso on with a walk. Now things start to get a bit tense for Joey Gartrell on the mound. With runners on first and second, only 1 out. And Mario Demera coming to the plate.
Ryan Rembez is up in the bullpen.
You all right? Rembiz warming up. And now Coach Lambert will have a meeting on the mound with his guys. And Corey, I mean, got runners on first and second. You have one out. You've been keeping the ball on the ground relatively lately. What do you think Coach Lambert's reimbursing with his guys out on the field?
Plan of attack, obviously, for how they're going to get this guy out. Fortunately, the rabbit is in the front, so you don't have to worry about that. You're hoping for a 2-ball. Now, yesterday, they sack bunted with one out. I don't see them doing that in the middle of the order here. So this is an opportunity for an arm to get warm for a matchup. So that's part of it. And then the other piece of it is discussing how they're going to handle this hitter. So,
yeah,
I mean, in a perfect world here, it's a 2-ball.
Yeah, Demira is 3 for 4 on the day. An RBI triple, 2 singles, and 2 walks. Has only outproduced at the plate was a ground ball to Ben Pataxel all the way back in that first inning.
And then the other thing that you have to talk about too is that Ken Shaw out there could possibly steal third. Now I don't see him doing that, but he can.
Breaking ball, called the ball, 1-0. What a change of emotions on both sides. You know, Portland was thinking they were going to win the game in the bottom of the 13th inning with the bases loaded, only 1 out. San Francisco needed a prayer answered. They got a pop-up to get the second out. And then they had a ground ball to Keishel over at short to get the third out of the inning. No run came across as that one called the ball. It's now 2-0.
Yeah, really important to get the ball, get action on this pitch. You got to get the ball in play. You can't get beat by walks.
Gartrell faking the throw back to second. That's already hurt the Pilots once today. As the throw bounced off of Keishel into the outfield, and he ended up over at third. Hit right back up the middle. Holcroft fields it. Keishel being sent around home. The throw is going to be cut off. No, it's not. But it's not in time. Keishel, the go-ahead run in the 14th inning. The Dons lead 4-3. An RBI single. And Demira was not going to be stopped today. That is his 4th hit. 4 for 5 with 2 walks.
Yeah, really important to minimize damage here. You still get to hit. You're only down 1 run. You've got 1 out. You can turn a 2-ball. It looks like they're going to go to the lefty, and here comes Lambert right now.
Yep, Joey Gartrell's day is done. Ryan Rembiz coming to the mound.
Yeah, and Joey did a really good job for a freshman, putting a big situation, probably the biggest innings of his life in a big West Coast Conference extra inning game.
Top of the 14th, pitching change for the Pilots. We'll be right back on the WCC Network. Welcome back to Joe Edsel Field. Pitching change. Freshman now on the mound is Ryan Rembiz from Woodinville, Washington. Rembiz making his 5th appearance on the season. He's gone through 5 1/3 innings of work, giving up 4 hits, no earned runs, 6 strikeouts to just 1 walk. Most recently, he made an appearance against the Seattle Redhawks. Breaking ball just underneath the glove of Rembiz. Flips it to Pataxel for 1. They got the double play on the backside, and that's minimizing damage on a single pitch from Rembiz. 4-3 lead for San Francisco. We head to the bottom of the 14th and do up Holcroft, Pataxel, and Brown. Ryan Slack and Corey Keir here at Joe Edsel Field with your call. Bottom of the 14th inning, a 4-3 lead for San Francisco. They scratch across a run in the top of the 14th. First pitch from Sam Beck. Off the plate and low from the left-handed bat of Holcroft. The 1-0. Into the netting behind home plate. Evens the count, 1-1. The 1-1. Holcroft swings and misses on the off speed. 1-2. Holcroft still looking for that first hit today. He is 0 for 6. Waits on one that ends up in the dirt. Evens the count at 2-2. Holcroft waiting on another pitch. 3-2, full count. If he induces a walk, it'll be the second time he's reached base today. He did reach on a fielder's choice back in the 4th. Fly ball out into left center field. Zach Freeman, the freshman who came in to replace Darius Foster, makes the catch in left and 1 away in the 14th. Ben Pataxel coming to the plate. 2 for 6 on the day, 2 singles. Capped off his day so far. Single in the 1st and a single back in the 12th inning for Pataxel. Pataxel waiting on the first pitch high, 1-0. Pataxel on the breaking ball, gets it on the inside part of the plate for a strike, 0-1. Pataxel got an inside pitch. Fouls it off, 1-2. The 1-2. Pataxel waited that extra quarter of a second on that breaking ball to stay with it. 1-2 again. Starts with getting one man on for Portland. They trail by 1, 4-3, and Pataxel punched out looking. As Sam Brown coming to the plate. Brown is 1 for 6 today with a single back in the first inning.
Number 2, Sam Brown.
He's had 3 straight ground balls over to Kyle Nell at second base. Last hope for the Pilots. Here's a pop-up. This one could stay in the field of play. It's going to, and Demera makes the catch. The comeback is complete for San Francisco. They fell behind 3-0 in the first inning, and they come all the way back and score the 4th run and the winning run in the top of the 14th inning, and they have taken the series from Portland 2-0, with Game 3 coming tomorrow at 1 p.m. And Corey, your thoughts on today's game between these two teams?
I mean, it's a great baseball game on both sides, and it's a heartbreaker if either team has to lose. The Pilots played super well all the way up until they gave up the 3, and the it's just an epic battle. And it's, again, these are one of the ones that it stinks one of them has to lose.
That was Corey here. Thank you to the production crew for another great production. Going a bit long today, almost 4.5 hours. I'm Brian Slack. Thank you for joining in on our broadcast here at Joe Etzel Field. Get home safe. First pitch tomorrow, 1 p.m. on Portland CW.